things. Moving tabs around. I have 40 minutes until I have to do my next roll call. Okay, sweet. Let's see if they've roll called themselves yet. Sometimes they do that. Sweet. All right, let's dive in. So, going back in Stonewater. It was a long session already today. 8.5 hours. We'll put a couple more hours in and then we'll maybe do something else. Maybe just call it. I don't know what the plan is for today. We'll see. All I really want to play right now is Dwarf Fort. Dwarf Fort and Zero Sievert, but Zero Sievert's a game that's going to take a lot of time. And it's like, I don't know if I have the effort, the energy to put into Dwarf Fort all day and then also play Zero Sievert in the evening. It's kind of tricky. It's this weird feeling of just like, I don't know when to play. Resting. How you doing though, Dwarf? You okay? Left ear is smashed apart. Hold on a second. Okay, that makes more sense. Your hand is also wrecked. How are you losing your ability to grasp if your ear is smashed apart? But hand's cut open, that makes sense. Needs mobilization. Oh, do you need splints? Let's make 30 splints. All right, we're still making ballista arrows. Okay, so now we get to go back to figuring out how we're going to kill that Forgotten Beast, which I'm assuming is still alive. Is it though? I don't know if one mistake necessarily ruins an entire run, as you say. I don't know how much of that I agree with. Another one? Cool. The Forgotten Beast, Thundul, has come. Thundul Stutalomoth has come. An enormous feathered leech. It has wings, and it belches and croaks. Its rust feathers are fluffed out. Beware its poisonous glass. Gas. Glass would be worse. Could you imagine poisonous glass? Eesh. Hold on a second. Are you telling me that there's also a magma pool here? Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Huh. Big map, eh? The more you know. The more you know, the less you learn. I think that's the lower cavern. So this is the one that we're digging around in. It's fighting with the giant cave toad. I think it actually has a way up here. I think. We'll see. Who was crippled by a goblin to a knee and then devoured a bear. Sounds like a rough way to go. I gotta say. This game can be super easy or super hard. True. I mean, regardless of how you play, it's pretty difficult to make the game hard for yourself once you know what you're doing. Like, the worst situations in this game can be remedied with simple tricks in a lot of cases. But yeah, you can intentionally make the game harder for yourself. You should have grabbed some more friends. Well, sounds like it didn't end super well. Maybe you could reclaim some of your friends, unless they were recruited friends. I don't know if you embarked with them or not. I've never touched 7 Days to Die, and I have zero intention to ever touch 7 Days to Die. I don't really like Minecraft, and I have almost no interest in open world survival crafting games, and even less interest in open world survival crafting games that are focused on zombies. There's one exception I make to that rule, and that's Project Zomboid, and that's purely because I just really like the way that game looks. I'm a sucker for isometric stuff, but absolutely not. No interest in 7 Days to Die. Hi, Anander. How is Anander? PZ is just, it's nice. It's like, hey, it's my favorite camera angle for video games. And you don't see it often enough. So it's nice to see it. Up until the last blocky alpha. Speaking of weird games that will never be finished. How long has 7 Days to Die been in early access? It's been so long. So long. Also, there's something about a studio just being called the Fun Pimps that just makes me go, I don't like you. I couldn't quite tell you why, but it's the truth. It's since 2013. Good lord, the game's been in early access for almost 10 years. Sure, aside from one is an open world survival crafting game. The other's an extraction shooter, so completely different genres. One's a top-down pixel art game, and the other one's a first-person shooter, also completely different. They're kind of nothing alike, really. Hell yeah! You can make your friends and go find your other friend's body. And cry on their corpse. It'll be a good time. Speaking of bodies, so many bodies to clean up. So many bodies. Fortunately, none of them belong to my dwarves. Okay, hold on a second. I want to see something. See this? Open space. I could deconstruct this floor. Just get them to throw. That would speed this up. That would speed this process up a lot. I'm going to do the silly thing, and we're going to speed this process up. And then we'll get them chucking corpses in there. No Man's Sky or Zomboid? Gotcha. Both good games, allegedly. I've never played No Man's Sky, though. Because I can tell you right now, it would give me some pretty bad motion sickness. I'm a big fan of the No Man's High subreddit, though. Which is basically just the people who play No Man's Sky while also really high subreddit. So it's a good subreddit. It's just a lot of weed jokes and No Man's Sky screenshots. That tends to happen with games that are really bad at launch. Pale tuna. Because they start off really bad and then they get better over time. So something I'm going to do real quick. We're going to have to make my Steam logo ugly for a little bit, which is a bit of a shame, but it'll speed this corpse disposal process up by a lot. I don't think anybody else needs to make a game like No Man's Sky. But the reason I think that is because No Man's Sky is a nightmare development of a game that will never be finished. Really. So no one needs to do that again. It's just like no one needs to make another Dwarf Fortress, because we already have Dwarf Fortress. You also don't need to make another No Man's Sky. Space combat is hard. Just flat, because space combat in a three-dimensional space is just hard. Not have quite as late a night as yesterday. All right, Stone, you feel better, man. Carry yourself. There's a Discord that I'm in, and a bunch of people in that Discord discussing whether or not it's acceptable to date coworkers, and I don't feel like jumping into the conversation because I feel like I'd get yelled at. But what I'm gonna say is, don't date your coworkers, chat. That's what I have to say. Just don't do it. It's a bad time for everybody involved. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why people always bring that up, but you think it says seahorse walls? You're not the only person who's called Stone seahorse wall. You're not the only person to see that. But it definitely says seashore. God. One problem I have with adamantine swords is they're too good at cutting. Look at all these bits and pieces. Unless you want to quit that job. It's a really good way to quit a job, actually. Start dating one of your coworkers and then hand in your 2 weeks. It's like, unless you're planning on quitting, don't date your coworkers. Which is kind of funny. Back when I had a real job, one of the people I worked with started dating our manager. And, like, she started dating him, and then, like, 3 days later handed in her 2 weeks. She's like, yeah, I don't want to work with him. It's like, I want to date him, not work with him. I'm like, all right. Well, that's her. I don't think that relationship lasted very long, though. My memory serves me correctly. They were only together for a couple weeks after she moved, or after she quit the job. Then I don't know. Do you work with them every day and see them every day at work? If yes, then yes, they're a coworker. But I also think that there's this weird, creepy dynamic that happens, especially in tech and big tech. When you work on a campus and you eat lunch on campus and you eat dinner on campus because food is free, and you eat like breakfast on campus half the days as well because you're working non-mandatory, definitely actually mandatory overtime, and then you don't get to see anybody outside of work and you end up dating a coworker and then it gets bad. And it's like, you know, don't date coworkers. Just don't do it. You won't / don't, but I will still make an effort to help some coworkers get out of toxic mental states that their exes put them in. I mean, totally. Like, you should try and help your coworkers. Like, be a decent person, but, like, don't date coworkers. Just don't do it. It's just bad. The actual, like, weird question, though, is, like, that means streamers shouldn't date streamers? Thinking emoji? Are we technically coworkers? Because I try and, like, think of other streamers as coworkers in a weird way. It actually, like, removes a lot of the, like, competition bias that I have, where it's just like, I need to do better than everybody. Stream more, stream longer, stream more effectively, and have more viewers than everybody. It's just... Work call off. Hell yeah. Can drink your beer openly. You don't have to, like, hide it anymore. It's like, why are you drinking out of a brown paper bag? It's water. Glug, 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 glug. When did I last meet in person another streamer? It's a dumb question because I hung out with two, technically, while I was in Vegas. Technically, Hobo's a streamer. Technically. And also, Jess is a streamer. I hung out with Jess in Vegas. But when did I last randomly meet somebody who was a streamer? I don't want to state the exact day, but within the last year. Hobo's a professional streamer. Come on. Jess was in Vegas? Yeah, that was a secret until a week after I got back, because Jess didn't want people to know that Jess was in Vegas until Jess was back from Vegas. But yes, Jess was in Vegas. Completely unplanned that we ended up hanging out. But it was like, I notified team a week before I left, or 2 weeks before I left, that I wouldn't be able to record podcast that week because I would be in Vegas. And then Jess was like, so I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm going to be in Vegas next week. So we ended up going on a hike. She came with us to the middle of the nowhere desert. Which is also fair, because it was only really, like, stated publicly on Twitter. Which, considering Twitter is a website nobody should go to or use for any reason, it's completely understandable that you would completely miss that I hung out with Jess in Vegas. See, I've got photo evidence. Photo evidence. I just had to sign into Twitter again. Look what you made me do. Also, she got hit in the face with a pie today. Fact. You'd consider any online video creator your coworker? Well, then I'm just completely fucked. Because I'm never going to meet any humans that don't do things on the internet. Because, like, there's two ways to look at it, right? There's private business owners. Like, we're all just private business owners. So a streamer, like, getting married to a streamer is like a private business owner marrying a private business owner, which isn't technically coworkers. You just work in the same field. But I don't know. Twitch ain't a dating website, so I just stream here. You can tell I've been streaming too long today already when it's just like I'm rambling about dating. Okay, we're dealing, at least this is speeding up the process of dealing with corpses quite a bit. Just chucking them all down into lava. Some of them are still getting put underground, which is okay too. Is there really miasma down there? That is directly a coworker. For clarity's sake, everybody in Halcyon Frequency are direct coworkers with me. Also, I'd need to look at a list, but I think I'm the only person in Halcyon Frequency that isn't either taken or married. Hold on a second. Yeah, I think I am. Sag. Yeah, FG's married. Drongo is. Kiri is. Jess now is. Sui's taken. Arch is taken. Bellinar's yeah, I'm the only single person in Halcyon Frequency, so. Life goes on. Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, I've seen, like, streamer relationships go up in absolute fucking hellfire. There was a streamer I used to watch a number of years ago who started dating a guy who was also streaming, and then they ended up living together for a bit. And then they had a really, really, really fiery breakup. And they ran a huge Discord server with, like, it was like 4,000 people in it or something. And at the time in, like, 2016, that was really big for a Discord server. They were both, like, Twitch partners and doing quite well. And when they split, the entire community sided with him, not her. And so the result was his view counts skyrocketed, and she piddled out and just disappeared in, like, a month and a half. Like, literally, like, she went from streaming full-time to not streaming anymore at all in, like, under a month. It's kind of a shame, because, like, I hated watching his streams, but liked watching her streams, and kind of watched him sometimes because he was entertaining, but... And as far as I know, he still streams. Although I haven't seen him in a while. He popped into my chat once. Like the last year. Which was odd. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in ages. The fuck? But, you know. C'est la vie, as life goes. Okay, what the fuck is rotting down there? Something managed to get down there somehow, and I don't know. Oh, a bunch of arms. That's a little distressing. All right, well, let's claim all this crud. I think that's most of the bodies cleared. All right, so I wonder... I love how it's chained twice. So there's this zombie up here, yeah? This zombie is in prison for espionage and theft. So's Votok. I like that we chained up the zombie outside and the dwarf inside. I think that's kind of funny. Votok, how are you dealing with your imprisonment? Hateful after being confined. Oh, that's not good. I'm consumed by hatred. Feels adoration, you're a completely sublime restraint. At least you got a nice restraint here. Let's give you a bed. I feel kind of bad for this dwarf. Give you a bed and a nice statue to look at. so that you at least have something to do. Oh, this poor dwarf. Just hauling a dead troll. All right. Got bits and pieces. Flying iron bolts strikes an impala in the upper body, tearing the muscle. Hunter's hunting again. Actually, how much leather do I have? That'd be a lot. Tanned hides. 430. Hot damn. Do I even have a leather? I do have a leatherworks. Okay. Could you make the Kit Fox logo a prison? I have to deconstruct part of it. Theoretically, yeah. But, like, do I want to? That's the better question. I'd also need some way of transporting them, which I don't actually. Once they're put into the prison cell, they're kind of just in the prison cell. To answer your question, yes, I could. I absolutely could make it into a prison. Dump them in from the tower could work. Were you doing the Steam logo? No. There was just a battle close by, and it's faster to simply move the bodies up here and throw them into the lava from up here than it is to haul them all the way down and into the fort and then throw them into the lava, so I'm just using it as a quick way of disposing of corpses. It's kind of dark, I know, but, you know, is what it is. Basically, I'm trying to speed up the combat process a little bit. Or the cleanup after combat process a little bit. Which is pretty good, you know, we only lost one goblin in that, or one goblin. We only lost one dwarf in that entire siege. It was a very Darwin-inspired death. The dwarf vaulted themselves into lava, which, you know, wasn't super effective, shall we say. Can't you just move the lava? I mean, yes, but I need some way of moving the lava. It's not quite that easy, unfortunately. Also, I really want to get rid of that miasma, so I'm going to pull this lever and then immediately pull it a second time. Well, it's not pumped stacks bleh. It's more just like moving the lava is probably more time consuming than just throwing them through the top of the thing. You've never built a pump stack? I've got several beefy ones right in the middle of the screen right now. But pump stacks are kind of bleh. You just need one dwarf to tantrum and smack the bottom of it, and there goes the whole thing. Like, just instantly. Certainly a dwarf highway. Is anybody coming to pull that lever? Not that I've seen yet. Oh, there you are. Wendigo's coming to pull the lever. Go get him, Wendy. Smack it. Do the thing you gotta do. What's powering the pumps? Water power. Massively long row of what's the word that I'm looking for here? Water wheels. With an underground river. Which then Deep, who's in chat right here, went and made a much cooler looking version of, which now I'm self-conscious of. Just gonna lock you in here so you can pull the lever a second time. But it's this. This thing. This is what powers it. Generating total power of 6,800, and it needs 2,671 total to function. So it functions just fine. So this will deal with the miasma problem right there real quick. Pull the lever a second time. Come on. Come on. There you go. Oh, no, actually, I don't want you to do that. I meant to do that. And you can go do whatever, Dwarf. Water is more dangerous than lava. Just saying. It's a very weird Dwarf Fortressy thing to say, but it is true. Okay, so where's this miasma coming from then? If it's not coming from the lava. Okay, I guess it's just dispersing. Okay, it's just dispersing. That's good. Yeah, see, I've never managed to completely destroy a fort, unless it's intentionally, with lava. However, I have very much successfully destroyed forts with lava on multiple occasions. However, I've destroyed many forts with water. You've drowned a party of dwarves trying to establish wells and such? Yeah. I mean, my first ever attempt at a pump stack ended with drowning an entire tavern worth of dwarves, so, you know. We've done awful, awful things to that ham. Okay. Oh, okay. For a second there, I'd forgotten the context of what that meant, and I was like, "I'm sorry, you did what?" But I hope that the ham was ravaged, and I hope you bought it a drink first. Ham's pretty good. Ham tastes funny. Oh no. Don't American Pie the ham, okay? Just whatever you do, do not American Pie the ham. As tempting as it might be. Only funny in movies. Or the apple pie, for that matter. It's a very specific reference for a specific generation of people. It's just like this one time at band camp. Silence. That's how Blind lost his entire audience in less than 60 seconds. Also, I'm still drinking coffee at 6 p.m. That's bad. I'm going to regret this. It'll be fine. Coffee tastes good. I mean, am I like the only person who just kind of has like this halfway temptation to like cackle every single time they see that band camp is called band camp? It's like this, except now instead of like this one time at band camp, insert really sexual random joke here. It's this one time at band camp, I spent all of my money because it was fucking band camp Friday again. God damn it. Switch it for beer? I have none. I try not to have alcohol in my house, generally. I do have... I try not to have alcohol in my house, says the guy with half a bottle of vodka and 2/3 of a bottle of whiskey in his fridge. Yeah, no, I try not to have beer in my apartment because it's just way too easy for me to sit there and drink. I have a much easier time portioning out hard liquor than I do portioning out beer. Usually when I buy beer, I buy it by the growler and then drink it before the weekend's over, because when I buy it by the growler, you kind of have to drink it before the weekend's over or it'll be flat. Some American Pie drove a Chevy to the levee and the levee was dry. Yes. You know, it's almost impossible for me to actually sing that song because my brain always turns it into the by my this here Anakin guy. Maybe Vader someday later. Now he's just a small fry. He left his home and kissed his mommy goodbye, saying, "Soon I will be a Jedi." It's like impossible for me to not fall into that version of that song. I blame Twitch chat because they're the ones who like fucking added me with that shit for like 6 months straight with song back when we used to do song requests. Back before Twitch was all crazy about, well, back before record labels were all crazy about DMCAing Twitch streamers, because it's almost like, you know, people discover music and buy your music when they hear it on streams, but whatever. Because you bottled it in wine bottles as an experiment? Did you make it yourself? Or you have the same problem with that? I'm glad I'm not the only one. It's almost like the Star Wars version is catchier in some ways. It's almost like Weird Al Yankovic's good at his job. Weird. Oh, interesting. I know very little about making wine, so I know quite a bit about making kombucha and the sauerkraut. No, nothing about making wine. You're welcome, Bastet. Happy to help. Anytime. Let me know if you need more. For some reason, though, I've just had Static X stuck in my head all day when it comes to bad music. Cog, the leather worker, is having a fey mood. Just woke up, too, so he's still all drowsy. Oh, duh, right. Because your wife who drinks 2 to 3 bottles of wine in a weekend? Oh, okay. Wow. Rip Wayne Static. You know, it's funny. I saw Static X right before the pandemic as part of their, like, Rest in Peace Wayne tour. Pretty good. It's not hard to mimic that vocal style. I was supposed to see them again, actually, this year, alongside of Dope and Fear Factory. What are stream teams? A group of streamers that work together and share contacts and have a secret room to complain about how much we get annoyed with some people. I don't know. It's like not quite a business, but not quite co-workers. It's just like, I don't know, collective of streamers that get along. It's hard to explain at this point because Twitch doesn't know what Twitch teams are. Really. What are you going for? Gizzard stones? Leather? Leather? Leather. Looks of things. What kind of leather? Big dog leather. It's a work social club, basically. Yeah, except we organize stuff. We do more than just, like, hang out. Like, we... well, I mean... The Hot Potato Charity Marathon, which is happening right now, which is currently being hosted by this lad over here, Anthro, has raised, what? How much money have we done? $28,318.72 since yesterday morning, which is pretty good. So it's like that's an event that me and my team puts together. Although one of us does the brunt of the heavy lifting. The podcast that we run is also a thing that my team puts together, and I do the vast majority of the heavy lifting on that one. I do all the editing and yell at people so that they show up on Friday to record and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like a group of people that get along that do stuff to make our jobs easier, basically. I don't know anything about Disgusted Toast. I know the name, and I know what his face looks like because he shows up in memes sometimes, but I don't know. He's a esports weirdo, and I don't really associate with those people, so I know absolutely nothing about Disgusted Toast. So, is it like the group? I don't know. Probably not. Because I know what it's like to be toast, and because I've seen the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and frankly, I don't want to be anywhere near anything that's toast. You know what's hilarious, actually? A good couple of years ago, I want to say about 2018, 2019, there was a pretty big set of layoffs at Twitch, and a lot of people got really pissed, and they tried to start a streamer union. It didn't go so well. Let's just say Amazon went full Amazon on it. People gave up pretty quick, unfortunately. Gonna put together a couple other works. I think all of Amazon will unionize before streamers. Actually, I think Uber is more likely to unionize than Twitch streamers. So, to give you like an idea of a company that cares about as much about us as, just to give you kind of an equivalent level of shit given about people that make money for a platform, I think Uber drivers are more likely to unionize. Which is unfortunate, but is what it is. If anything, there might end up being some sort of content creation union in the future that deals with both YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and Facebook and all of those, but I also don't think it'll ever happen. Well, I'll say this, right? It's not that streamers are unstable, but what kind of work environment is streaming? Think about it from this perspective. What kind of work environment is streaming? Often isolated, generally quite solitary, often antisocial, because you are alone a lot of the time. You work for yourself. You work out of a room. You don't actually have to communicate with people directly to do your job, unless you're one of those people who talks to people through the internet on video calls and shit. But even then, you don't need to be directly sociable. Also, it's a popularity contest where the more popular you are and the bigger you grow, the more money you make. What kind of personality type does that attract? It's like an antisocial Hollywood, which means that the content creation industry, and this is why I have a team, content creation industry is not just a group of the most unstable people, but it's also a group of the potentially most unstable and also least trustworthy people. Because not only is it a job that attracts people that are generally antisocial, and a job that attracts people that like to work for themselves and have a hard time working with other people, it also attracts people that are opportunists. So, I mean, ask the people who've been around here a long time anything about the number of times that I've been screwed over by people that acted like they were your best friend until they find cooler, more famous friends. So, you know, it's a shitty industry in a lot of ways. Just remember that, like, very recently there was a huge scandal that one of the biggest streamers on this fucking site had been stealing tens of thousands, or begging for tens of thousands of dollars from individual other large streamers to pay for bills and, like, things that they owed, allegedly, and then they just turned around and betted on sports. Like, there's a lot of streamers out there that are not good people. Yeah, and, you know, I like to think of myself as one of the good ones, but I'm not perfect, you know? Like, it's kind of a fact. Nobody is. Being a good person is something that you have to learn, and it's a habit that you have to hold and work on. You're flawless? Well, that's the first lie that you've said in my chat. Flawless? Ask that... Fuck. Ask that, Ham how flawless you are, maybe P. So we're being attacked again. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Well. Tell that to the turkey that you ravaged earlier. My words sting. I know where to hit you where it hurts. Man, I just want to clean off my pyramid, you dum-dums. Apparently I earned a moment award? The fuck's that? Sure, I should know what that is, but... Well, let's just wait for my dwarf skull to get inside. Oh my god, they're attacking me with the camel horde again. No yaks this time? Just camels? Looks like it. Camels can fuck you up. Yeah, it was just really funny because the last time half of them were mounted on yaks. But these are camel-mounted camel riders. You know, I used to follow this account on Twitter, maybe, until it deleted itself. It was the owner of the account deleted it at a point. And it was just called No Context Twitch Chat, right? And it was just things people said in Twitch chat, minus the context. Never join a sword fight with a penis would be definitely something I would have submitted to that account, had that account still existed. Because you know what? I agree. Do not attempt to fight a person with a sword with your penis. Seems like a really bad idea. And as the king of bad ideas, I approve this message. Gosh darn it, these humans are annoying. Well, hello. Good, Leon. I wonder if the first thing you heard was never join a fight with a sword fight with a penis. Because that isn't... I still wouldn't. Although I still wouldn't. It also sounds like a bad idea. But no, it really does mean a lot when people swing by from YouTube and say hi. So hi. What's up? Great time to join? Definitely. Yes. Definitely. But yeah, no, I think the next few weeks are gonna be interesting. Just keep your pants on tonight. Don't tell me what to do. You're not my dad. Bleh. I live alone. What happens to my pants after I turn my stream off is none of your business. I actually need to do laundry tonight, so. Alright, thunk, close those. I mean, it depends. Are the people with the swords trying to fight you? Because I don't think that would be a very effective weapon. That's a big old swarm of humans. This reminds me of the time that this is the best time to jump into my stream for the first time. This reminds me of the time that I unironically gave a flaccid dildo to one of my managers as a gag gift for Christmas. Just the what if it's not yours question. Because you can buy flaccid rubber dicks. Anyway, she used it as a doorstop in the office for a bit. Like, yay big. Like, just big enough to stop a door. Which was always really fun explaining that to newbies. Yeah, never mind indeed, baby P. Anyway, this stream has a mature audiences only warning for a reason. Rubber doorstop? Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Chat, we need to get off this subject. Anything else, please. I don't exactly know how we got here, but it's time to move on to something else. I love how this camel is leading the charge. Immature audiences only. Damn right! Well, actually, no. It's mature, immature audiences only. You have to be mature enough to be able to talk about this stuff without getting in trouble, but you also have to be immature enough to find it hilarious. right? It's like a very kind of strict guidelines of what we require for people here. Okay, you know what? Let's see if I can do this. Really? Why is Burrow 2 allowed that? You're going to get some dinner? Fair enough. There's been a lot of new people in chat today, and nobody has lost it yet, so I would say we're doing okay. Hello, Avenging Leaf. Having fun? Well, trying to, deal with this siege of humans. I would say pretty fun. And yourself? Kind of wondering if forcing all of the dwarves into the far end of the fortress makes sieges attack quicker. I'm starting to think it does. Starting to think it does, based on how quickly they suddenly started moving when I forced all of the dwarves into one section of the fort. Well, that's good, Avenging Leaf. I wouldn't want to be avenged by a leaf. Actually, I have a question. Are you a leaf that is avenging, or are you avenging a leaf? Or is this somebody named Leaf that you are attempting to avenge? Where the fuck are you going? I'm wondering if they will actually attack me this time. I mean, the blob is moving. It's moving slowly. Gotta love human sieges. Remembering now why I don't like fighting with humans, chat. I may actually have to fight them again. What angered them? I invaded their capital. Because, yeah, they were invading my neighboring dwarven faction, and dwarves must defend dwarves, damn it. Dick move. Takes one to know one. Whenever people ask you how many kids you have and you talk about that, it just leads to more questions. I always joke that Anander has kids so that people like me don't have to. It's like, sweet, someone's working on repopulating the planet anyways. How many of them want to be Twitch streamers when they grow up, Anander? Oh gosh, 6 kids is still a lot. I have 2 sisters, and I always thought that we were a pretty big family. Although I knew families that had way more kids that like lived on random farms in the middle of God nowhere. I gotta do a roll call. Think. Chat is dumb question. Is it what time of day is 1800 hours? I've double checked this twice, and I know what time of day 1800 hours is. But what time of day is 1800 hours? 6 p.m., right? Okay, sweet. That's what I thought. I don't know why they decided to do this in in 24-hour clock, but Also, it's even better when I go to do roll call for a streamer in the charity event and they at me before I at them. That's great. We literally typed in at exactly the same time. Roll call. Sui wrote the schedule, though, and she's from, like, Cali. So, I don't know, man. You always remember 2000 is 8 p.m.? That's true. Yeah, I don't know. I used to know 24-hour clock real well because I used to work night shift, and we used a 24-hour clock at work, but I always, like, I get it. I look at it, I go, okay, it's this time, and then I always, like, triple check and double check and guess and swear that I have it wrong and then somehow get the time wrong anyway. So he is an odd duck. She is definitely a duck, yes. She's just like the duck song personified. She's still trying to find grapes. This is a pretty big raid, actually. Waddle, waddle. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Well. Good to see the humans slowly walking towards me. To not need to write AM, PM on your laboratory time points. Your laziness knows no bounds. Wait, so hold on a second. You learned a more complicated system so that you could write less letters? But, like, wouldn't you need to write the full 1,800 hours still? Isn't that, like, the same? I don't know. I guess it's 2 less characters, but... I don't know if that's laziness. I think that's actually, like, the opposite. Like, it's like saying, I got tired of Google translating these articles, so I learned Japanese. You know, it's like I got tired of reading subtitles, so I just learned Japanese. Like that's literally kind of the equivalent there. Okay, how about this? You learned a different system. Does that make you happy? It's not necessarily more complicated, but you learned a different system. Yeah, sure, but you're missing the context part. Also, I'm trying to ignore that absolute imbecile calling me American. Fucking twat. Call me American again. No, okay. Here we go, Gus. Here we go. No, you're wrong. Nope. 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 Not American. Don't even fucking think about it. Absolutely not. Nope. Call me American again and you're not coming back. Call me American again and you're not coming back. Actually, yours was a misclick, to be fair. Do not call me North American. Do not call me American. I'm Canadian. You fuckstick. That's simple. I'm Canadian. Try calling somebody from Mexico American and see if you lose an arm. Because technically they're in North America too. Doesn't matter. Do not refer to Canadians as the continent that they live on. Do not do that. Do not do that. Just do not do that. I'm kind of fucking around. But also, to be clear, do not do that. Even when referring to the continent. Just don't do that. Oof, that also probably wouldn't end too well. Okay, let's close those and go kill this camel. You've started the process to become a Canadian permanent resident, and this particular process will set you back $2,000 USD, and it will take 2 years to process. Yeah, but our healthcare is free. CI? What? Hold on. Are you asking if I use like imperial or metric? What? Okay. Well, I mean, we use metric. We're civilized humans from a modern country. So, yes, we use metric. Also, dwarves, why are... I guess they started pathing one way and then just decided they couldn't path the other. This dwarf's got it, though. There you go. Come on. Let's scare those camels away. Get them out of here. We also agreed as one to legalize weed instead of, like, going halvesies and, like, a bunch of our tiny little countries that we insist are states. Looking at you, America. This dwarf's gonna die, ain't you? Maybe not. Went into a martial trance. Fighting back all these dogs. You can take the human out. I'm sure this dwarf can take the dog. Maybe not. Okay, he got up. Managed to get up from underneath that dog. Hanging there. Got backup coming pretty soon. 2 more. Well, that's not bad. Hanging in there. Although he's on the ground. Okay, human's on the ground. Dwarf's on top. Probably just attacking. He's got these 4 dogs attacking him too, though. Okay, now dwarf's on the ground. This is looking bad for the dwarf now. Come on, get back. There you go. Reinforcements have arrived. Do you have any major injuries? Overexerted. Okay, no injuries, just exhausted. So that means this spear dwarf here showed up at the perfect time to fend off the last of these war dogs. Well, there's more... That's an unfair comparison, sir. Just because there's more people in Los Angeles than Canada. So, of course, there's more people with legal weed in the States than Canadians. God. 30-something million? It's like 32 million, I think. And there's like 36 million people in Los Angeles. There's literally more people in LA than there is in Canada. But then again, there's more people in my city here than there is in Finland, so I guess it's all relative. $30-something million. I guess I should start saying 40-something million. We've had so much immigration in the past few years. All right, let's back these dwarves up. There's going to be a lot of them coming down in there. There's the actual siege, so we should be running now. Okay, we did actually lose a dwarf. I mean, I guess you could just die. That's your choice, dwarf. Yeah. Accurate. So LA could invade Canada. I mean, so could Finland, but that wouldn't make it a good idea. Welcome back from dinner and stuff. I'm educating chat that they shouldn't call Canadians American. It's one of those days. Sometimes I swear working in this industry is just like sitting on a broken record because it's just like, yep, it's the same discussions every 4 days. Yeah, and also like 98% of the population of Canada lives within 200 miles of the border. I say miles because the last time I saw that stat was an American stat, and I'm too lazy to go look up the conversions. When the fuck did you get a sword? 2 days ago. Audience has gotten significantly larger, and I actually need mods in the morning. And I was like, I need a mod, so I've modded Aqua. And most of my active mods are here in the evenings, not in the mornings. Aqua's usually here in the morning. And admittedly, Stone's more of a welcome bot than a mod. I don't ask Stone to do much. The bot was like, eat shit. True. That is, in fact, true. You tried to shout out Tekken, and I modded you. Uh-oh. I need you to back up. You gonna make it? Yeah, you're gonna make it. You're good. You made it. Okay, that was close. Hope I didn't pull the wrong lever. You've always, you know, I've been told by that by a lot of people that, like, New Zealand and Canada have a lot in common. Which is also kind of funny, because I've also been told by a lot of people that America and Australia have a lot in common. In culture and ideals, which I think is interesting. It's Aussie hour. Right now is when the Aussies are watching the stream. Anander. Small enough city that people outside your region don't generally know what state it's in? I mean, I don't know what state you're in. I also probably couldn't tell you all 50 states. I probably could, like, come up with it eventually, but certainly not off the top of my head. Don't want people across the ocean ruling them? Yeah, it's fair. One of my favorite quotes about, like, countries that have similarities are Americans and Russians, which is Americans and Russians have a lot in common. They both like big guns, they both like big trucks, and they both think that they're the best on the planet. Which amuses the hell out of me, but gets less funny as time goes on. Which was told to me by a Russian who lived in the U.S. for like a decade. I think he's still in the States, actually. I haven't spoken with the guy in ages. Well, I mean, yeah, some Canadians too, right? I'm sorry, what? Sanic was founded? Oh, right. Guess he did kind of run in and die, didn't he? All right, well, this is going to be a very epic burning. We're going to burn like 200 entities in like a second. But then again, I don't know. I don't like being too mean to Americans just because, like, the vast majority of my audience is American. So I love you guys. Sorry your country kind of sucks sometimes. It's okay. My country kind of sucks sometimes too. You know, I gotta be honest with you. I don't believe I've ever actually seen that. Although my soul dies every single time I see the People's Party of Canada car drive by, which is this older couple that lives in my part of town that drives around in a Ford Mustang from the ages ago. Antique car, just covered in People's Party of Canada. And let's just say that the guy who runs that party was recently retweeting somebody who was stating that anybody who's diagnosed with depression should be sterilized immediately. He's like, that's the level of stupid that party lies for. Pilot, it's good to see you. Thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate you, man. At least I've got the drugs to deal with it. Yeah, that's why weed's legal. So yeah, just to give you an idea, like there are certainly some Canadians out there. There are certainly some Canadians out there. But they're also like less than 1% of the seating usually. They don't usually I don't believe they've ever actually gotten a riding somewhere. They're that unpopular. There was also the Fascist Party of Canada that had a march not too long ago, and one person showed up, and 45 people showed up to counter-protest, which was kind of funny. It was like the dude showed up, basically. All right, well, that's the entire siege. That sounds like a party. Oh, I'm sure it was more of a beating, actually. All right, so since we've actually got an army walking up here, let's do this. Let's see how many things we can burn in one button press, shall we? Welcome to the barbecue. Yep. Now that you've arrived, you can never leave. Almost there. Just let them get past that pink block. Whoa. Cops? No, not here. Sorry. No, not here. Glenno, not here. Maybe there, not here. No, definitely not. No, here it's just the guy got beaten up. All right. Let's pull the green door. Make sure they got nowhere to go. Looks like some dogs are about to get catapulted. Whoop. Anyway, wow, dog actually died on the platform. If only they knew what was coming. Moving one turn at a time forward, very slowly. So as fast as I can hit the button. And there we go. I'm actually really curious about how many entities are burning right now. That's a lot of entities on fire. How does it work exactly? So there's lava down here, right? And that just flows down from the volcano. There are pumps in the middle of this tower that go up to here, and then up to here. There are glass floodgates, which are lava-safe with lava-safe mechanisms around the outside of this, which fills up that little tower. It's powered via this, which this shaft is connected to these mechanisms, which go down to here, which is powered by these water wheels. The mechanisms then go all the way up to here, up to the top of this, and dump down and over the edge onto the armies, and then when I pull the lever, it goes back. I can't believe the siege is still running. Oh, I mean, that's a combat log. So now I can pull all the bridges back. I can put the floodgates back up. Man, those horses and camels take forever to burn. Good lord. They must have a lot of mass. So then up top here, those come back up, fills the top up. The bridges come back down, and the center ones allow us to just leave immediately if we wanted to. And there we go. Then I unforbid this door, and this dwarf is free to go. Siege is over. Walkways are safe. And the music gets turned off. Round of beers for a successful siege. And then also up here, I go pull this lever, which is the lava tower lever. It's not the do not pull lever, which is right next door, but the lava towers. So, yeah, I don't know. My country ain't perfect by any stretch, but I am annoyingly patriotic and get annoyingly annoyed when people call me American. So, that'll happen to you if you call me American. I will dump lava on your head. Or at least verbally dump lava on your head. What happens to it now? I see a full list of them after the stream. Twitch sends me a list in my stats. You have a disco switch? What's a disco switch? And as far as this trap goes, I wouldn't recommend building one like it. While it's really cool looking, it's absurdly impractical, very slow, and quite annoying to put together, and maybe even more annoying to actually use. It's certainly not the most efficient trap either. While it's entertaining and fun, I would not recommend making a trap like this. You know, the last time I heard the song Disco Inferno was in the first time I played through Bulletstorm, which was maybe a year or two after that game came out, because there's a club sequence in that game where you have a flamethrower and there's weird mutants running at you, and then Disco Inferno starts playing and you have to kill everything with the flamethrower. It is a good song, but like that's the last time I heard that song. That game was like better than it had any right to be. Like that game by all counts should have been awful. What would be a more practical alternative? High drop, water spikes. Dump lava on enemy head minus the whole pumping mech. It's the pumping mechanism that makes it impractical. I generally just dump lava on things' head as my defense. Or I shoot lava at things, or I use water cannons or something. I have various different weapon setups that I use that are all pretty efficient. This one is just particularly goofy, I'll say. This one's notably goofy. It had all the makings of a crap bro dude shooter. Yeah, it should, like, Bulletstorm should have been a stupid game, and the result was it was a stupid game that was also a lot of fun to play. Like, you know, there's just something about just being able to punt things onto spikes that never gets old. That game was a unexpectedly good time. Minecart water cannons, that's kind of redundant. I would just use lava. if I'm setting up minecarts, then you're going to use lava. All right. Well, this is going to take a little bit to clean up. But, on the bright side, shouldn't take too long. there's so much smoke. What's burning down there? Is there like a... Whoever Todd is. I'm assuming probably like some sort of... one of the animals. One of the animals managed to fall off the edge and then run... How deep is this? This is like neck-deep lava. Managed to run all the way down here. That's kind of crazy, actually. Now it's burning in the pump stack. I'm imagining that a disco switch is like a dip switch for your brain. It's like, oops, I accidentally pulled the wrong cable and now suddenly I can't stop talking backwards. Why am I seeing triple? Oh, probably because the wrong dip switch got flipped. This makes it very difficult to stay still, just dancing to everything. Look, Bender has a magnet attached. I understood that reference. Are you aware that Canada is the only thing to do... that... Hold on a second. Are you aware that Canada is only a thing due to the fact the United States had the most poor and cowardly general invading in 1812? Yes, I know about the history of 1812. Because, like, you know, we just fucked around and exploited their racism for a year or so. And then burned the White House down. And gave them most of the land back? For some reason? Although technically that was the British. As much as I love like blabbing about the War of 1812 and reminding about everybody about the War of 1812, it was actually the British. But, you know, technically. It depends on when you got here, Ita. Depends on when you got here. If you've been here for the last 40 minutes, it's definitely not random. But if you just got here, it would seem kind of random. I mean, honestly, like the better example of like Canadian, like do not rile up the Canadians is just read about in World War I and World War II how terrified the German soldiers got when the Canadians showed up. Because at the time in like, you know, the 40s and 20s, the Canadians were like living in the middle of fuck nowhere in cabins and farming and building railways. So we were all fucking jacked, crazy people that lived in the middle of nowhere. So when the Canadians showed up, that's when you get truly scared because they've been living in the middle of fuck nowhere fighting against bears for the last, you know, the entire last, what, 25 years of their lives. At this point, we're just a bunch of like, well, maybe not all of us, but a lot of us are just a bunch of prissy lefties these days. As a prissy lefty. Moose wrestlers and such? Yeah, it's just like Australians are like kangaroo wrestlers, you know? That's why you gotta fear the Canadians. Because, like, we have rodents that cut down trees. It's gotta be terrifying. Well, technically, beavers aren't rodents, but don't at me. Kangaroos ain't shit. I mean, I don't want to get kicked by one. It's the drop bears. I mean, if you can tolerate a drop bear, I guess. They just seem, like, honestly, koalas just seem really annoying to me. I don't know if anybody here listens to the podcast that my team produces, but we had a bunch of Australians on not too long ago. And it was funny because, like, they literally started off with, like, we don't understand why people are scared of Australia because they think that everything's trying to kill them. And then they proceed to all talk about the time that they all almost died to either snakes or giant spiders. And it's like, you wonder why you guys have this reputation. He is stealing something, fighting with a llama. Shoutouts to my llamas for defending my stuff. You only need to bull rush your way through sheep to get to work? Gosh. Sheep? You must live. You must be, like, in New Zealand. Gosh. But are they lusty llamas? I don't know. They keep having kids, so probably. I feel like most, and I do mean most, livestock in Dwarf Fortress would have the lusty tag. Or often lustful, or whatever. Because they do quite literally breed right like rabbits. Example, sea rabbits. They certainly breed more often than dwarves do. Handlebar mustache strongman? Pretty much, yeah. I don't know about handlebar mustache, necessarily. More likely just bearded. Bird babies eat their mother's vomit. What of it? Have you seen what owls eat? I'm also pretty sure I've seen a dog eat cow poop. I saw my the family dog that we had when I was younger eat cow poop. So, seen humans eat some crazy stuff. Yep, everybody's seen that, or at least heard of that one video on the internet. Really wish that we didn't have to fight with these guys because it's so much easier to clean up after fights when all my stuff's close by. That's a pretty crazy thing to eat. I salute you for your bravery. Is this meme accurate? Probably not. Not inaccurate. Although, as somebody who wasn't alive in the 40s, I actually couldn't tell you. Ask my Oma. She was alive in the 40s. I'll put it this way. There was a reason my Oma immigrated to Canada after World War II. You're unable to get your hands on pepper X seeds here? Are you trying to smuggle hot pepper seeds into Australia? Because if so, I respect you. Those hunky Canadian men. No, Canadians are less racist than Americans, and and at the time had it was easier to file divorce papers, and she was trying to get divorced from her husband at the time, who was a drunken asinine fuck. And then got married to a Hungarian who also immigrated to Canada. So technically, yeah, it wasn't even the hunky Canadians. Are Pepper X's like Mr. X? Do they knock down walls and follow you around? I don't know. I never met the guy, to be honest with you, Raticide. Passed away before I was born. Sure this Pandover's going as it should be. Hey, Anthro made his goal. That's good. $700. Fuck yeah. I mean, I grew Ring of Fire chilies. Actually, I could go show you guys my chilies if you want. I have dried chilies. I dried them myself. Put them in a container and stuck them in a windowsill for 2 weeks. I wouldn't know. Oh, my grandfather? He was the Hungarian guy. Not the German dude. German dude was my mom's older brother who was about 10 years older than her. Who I met once, maybe twice. He didn't get along with the extended family very well around the time I was cognizant of reality. But yeah, my chilies are not particularly hot. I'm not a super spicy foods person. Where the fuck are you going? Dumping? Oh, right, I have that. Really just gonna go get rid of this? Hold up. Forgot that I didn't get rid of this. Yeah. It's an unfortunate necessity, that family. But hold on a second. Those are my hot peppers. This is about a quarter of them. The rest are all either frozen or chili powder. Yeah, ironically, not only do I have them in a zippy, I have them in a Ziploc bag that used to have a weed strain written on the side of it because I don't know about you guys, but I've never bought Ziploc bags. I have, however, bought a lot of weed in Ziploc bags. So, weed's been legal since 2018. Still haven't needed to buy Ziploc bags. You know, anyway. Perfect. Although at the rate that we're going, Ziploc bags are going to be illegal before I need to buy Ziploc bags. So I'm just going to keep washing them. You don't know what chilies they are yet? You managed to get 4 seeds to sprout successfully? Yay! Another one? Crab? Uh-oh. The forgotten beast Nulla Revisithula has come. A towering scaly crab. I wonder if it can get through these trees. There's a lot of them. It has thin wings of stretched skin and it belches and croaks. Its eyes glow fuchsia and its cream scales are blocky and set far apart. Beware! It's deadly blood. Deadly blood is kind of like Alien, where they bleed and it burns. So I don't actually know if the dwarves will be able to get to it from there, or if it's stuck there. It could be either. Okay, yes, they can get to it. So we'll follow it and just witness the death. Also moving quite slowly. Oh, it can fly. That's good. That's very good. Flying evil enemy crab. If I was one of those streams, I'd be playing Crab Rave right now, but I'm not one of those streams. It was not chilies? I mean, I could show you the weed I grew too, but I'm almost out. For potted patio weed, I managed to grow like a half an ounce. It was a pretty small plant, but it's like 14 grams or something. Not much. It didn't get anywhere near enough sun. It was kind of sad, but... Reject humanity, become crab? It's respectable considering one of 6 seeds that I had managed to sprout. And also considering I put it in a pot that probably wasn't big enough in just some cheap soil that I had. And it got at most maybe 4 hours of sun a day. We're going to embrace this crab with our spears and swords. Don't you worry about that. Very large monkey monk. It's nice to see FFZ supporter badges still. I feel like it's been a long time since I've seen those a lot. Come on, crab. Also, I love how the beginning of my streams are generally, like, very on topic, focused on Dwarf Fortress, and, like, pretty, like what you would expect from, like, a streamer who plays a lot of a game, right? And by the end of it, we're just, like, talking about weed, chili peppers, become crab. Like, it just kind of, like, devolves at a point. Forgotten Beasts are usually lava-proof, but I don't know. All right, who dis Dwarf? Maffle, Mace Dwarf, runs up. Bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right leg with his steel mace, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. Bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right fourth leg with his steel mace, bruising the fat and the muscle. Bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left pincher with his steel mace, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. After vaulting over it, of course. Most recently, bashed the Forgotten Beast in the body with his steel mace, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. The Forgotten Beast, whoops, seems to have grabbed the dwarf. Hold on a second. The Mace Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast, bashes the Forgotten Beast again, bites the Forgotten Beast in the right first leg, chipping the chitin and bruising the muscle, latches on firmly. The Forgotten Beast falls over. The Forgotten Beast breaks the grip of the Mace Dwarf's upper front teeth on the Forgotten Beast's right front leg. The Mace Dwarf then bashes it again, in the second foot with his steel mace, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. The force twists the second leg. It's a pretty weak one. And the Mace Dwarf bashes it again. And I think the Mace Dwarf just crabbed and won. Bashed it in the head, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle and bruising the brains. So crab is dead. Maffle, welcome to crabs. Killed a creeping eye once. Wait, hold on. Creeping eye, a human, and a Forgotten Beast. Good stuff. That dwarf has hell of a jaw strength. Broke a crab's chitin with his jaw. Yeah, that's pretty strong. Pretty respectable, I would say. Why are we talking about penis swords? What's going on up here? When did that come back? Chili pepper, weed, and hot chocolate? Chili pepper and weed, hot chocolate? Hold on. Is that just the subject matter that we've been discussing today? Or is that a specific thing that you want to make? Because I could make that happen. I have all of those ingredients in my cupboard. I've got decarbed weed. I've got chili. You know, it's kind of funny, chat. One of my goals in life, and it's been my goal in life for a really long time, was to, if not be able to retire early, to feel retired at a young age. I'm already at a point where I feel retired. I'm working right now, and I'm sitting here talking about potentially making hot chocolate chili weed. Wait. Hot chocolate with chilies and weed in it. There we go. He didn't lose a single tooth, actually. This is true, yes. I've always wanted to try making that stuff. Actually, like the spicy bitter chocolate stuff that they made. They probably also put psychedelics in it too. I mean, I would just expect, based on half the stuff the Mayans built, it wouldn't surprise me. Old world? Why not just world? If you like bitter drinks, I do like bitter drinks. One of my favorite psychological traits is that enjoying bitter foods and drinks is a common sign of being a psychopath or a sociopath and having less empathy, which I think is very funny because I like very bitter stuff. Badger, 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 badger. Oh yeah, no, you wouldn't want to overpower it with the weed. I mean, at that point, if you are sensing the dank, then you've fucked up. As a poison, maybe? I mean, isn't that like the majority of those things? I gotta love this kid down here, right? This kid right there. Here is playing on a pile on a like very, very, very thick layer of blood and mud and vomit from that fight. It's like, I'm dancing on the piles of the dead dogs that died here. Yeah, I have no idea how THC evolved. Clearly to make my brain happy. But I would assume as some sort of toxin. I know that tobacco certainly was. But I don't know. I'll be honest, this is not my subject of expertise. This is usually where I go to the great intergalactic international teacher of all things humanity, Wikipedia. And I would consult the Wikipedia gods and ask them politely as to where things came from. I gotta say, I really love it when people in the Hot Potato Charity Marathon have a goal amount of like $100, and then they turn their stream on and break it like before they've even started streaming. It's like she's still set, like person who just took it is still setting up and already broke her goal of $100. Had a goal of $100. It's like it's already cleared. You know, I don't know about any of you guys, but I actually have a personal backup for Wikipedia because it's not that big. I have two what's the word? Separate solid state hard drives in this drawer. And one of them has Wikipedia on it. I update it once a month or so. Text only hard drive backup, damn right. Only once every couple months, I will plug it in and update. It's just irresistible? I was like, no, not floppy disks. Not MP3 players. I don't even own an MP3. My dad still owns an MP3 player, though. No, I don't own an MP3 player these days. I just have my phone. But I do, in fact, have a personal backup of Wikipedia. Well, not all of Wikipedia. Everything but the images. But all of the text. It's only like 700 gigs. It's a 2 terabyte hard drive. It's like not even half full. It's more for like no particular reason. I mean, if the apocalypse happens, the apocalypse happens. It's fine. You had a 2 gig? Oh, you lucky kid. I mean, we've been over many times. I had two MP3 players. I had a 156 megabyte and a 256 megabyte. Hopefully Neo Scavenger remains fantasy because goddamn, that game was janky. I couldn't imagine reality being that janky. Also, you see this? This is liquid copper, by the way. And liquid bronze and liquid silver. That's what these funky colors are. Remember when downloading Wikipedia was 5 gigs? To be fair, Wikipedia's gotten a little bigger. Do those ever cool? They just dissipate, I think. I've never tried dumping water on them, so I don't actually know. But I could see a world where dumping water on them would cool them. But I don't actually know. So I have a busted, which was destroyed by literal bullies. Kids that used to harangue me stole it while I was camping in Scouts and stuck a rare earth magnet against the back of it, which fucked up the hard drive. But I have one of those iPod Classics. And I've been meaning to, one of these years when I actually have like the energy and a soldering iron, I'm going to rip the thing apart and put an SSD in it. Because there are SSDs that you can buy for those things. And I would like to revive it. Or try to revive it. But yeah, the ones with the actual spinning disc. Hold on, let's see if I can grab it. The game's running so slowly, I have time to do shit. Unless it ended up in... Yeah, it's over in the other container. It's not in the drawer. But yes, I have a gray iPod Classic. It still starts up. It's just, it is incapable of tracing its memory. It just says no data, and it crashes because they stuck a rare earth magnet to the bottom of it. I've already tried flashing the firmware, the hard drive, and it's dead. So it is fixable. Mini discs felt so cyberpunk. I remember mini discs being in stores for like a month, and then they vanished. You have a noob question about embarking. Is there anything wrong with just clicking play now? Oh, no. Nothing wrong with it. I mean, literally all I do that's different from the normal play now is I name dwarves, and I remove all... Uh-oh. There's our weird web-spitting bug again. I have to get you. The only difference between a normal, like, default embark and the one that I do is I embark with a bunch of peasants instead of dwarves with jobs. And I remove most of the wood stuff that you start with, like the wheelbarrows and the step ladders, most of the cloth as well, and just replace it with more booze. Like, I literally just bring more booze. Like, you can absolutely just start. But magneto-optical just sounds cool. To me, like, the most weird cyberpunk thing that I ever had was the first Walkman that I had. The mosquito is back? The what? Oh, it's not a mosquito though. It's a different fly. The web-spitting bug. Uh-oh. What's going on over here? Running around babbling. Someone lost it. Well, that's unfortunate. Can I just say that it's so annoying to me, as somebody who's been like helping manage a RimWorld charity event for the past week, it's so annoying to me that the difficulties, I shit you not, are called, two of the difficulties in RimWorld now are called Adventure Story and Losing is Fun. Bothers the crap out of me because everybody just calls it adventure mode. I had someone trying to argue at me this morning that RimWorld has adventure mode. It's... Anyway. Sorry, I just had to say that out loud. Speaking of old hardware, you've only ever been zapped by mains electricity. Twice in your life. Good for you. First time was about 4, and the second time had a Pac-Man game that was plugged into the wall. Ow. Ow. Oh, no. I zapped myself with main electricity once when I was little because I've also been hit by that twice. Once because we were renovating part of the house, and I walked into one of the rooms that was being renovated, and I went to go flip the light switch, but nobody told me that the light switch had been removed, and it was just open wires. And I just flung my hand around in the dark to hit the light switch. I just remember seeing a purple glow and then waking up on the floor. And then the second time I was working at one of my old jobs and I was mopping the floor, and I whipped the mop up behind one of the tills to like mop behind where the register was, something that we'd do every day, and it got caught on something. But what I didn't know is that the thing that I got caught on was one of the plugs. Someone had been like plugging in their phone charger and then just ripping the plug out from a distance, and the screws had come loose, so it had fallen forward. So it was just open blank wires at the back behind it, and it got stuck around the mop got stuck around the open wires that were hanging out of there. And I went to grab it to untangle the mop from whatever it was stuck on, and again woke up on the other side of the room, and all the power was out. Like, I blew the breaker, which is like, no. Do you tell your parents it's one of the oldest core memories? Oh, yeah. I mean, same with sticking my finger in the, did I get comp? No, I finished the shift. I literally, like, stood up and just went back to work. Like, I was fine. I was like, also, I worked for McDonald's. I think they fucking pay workers' comp. That's cute. That's adorable. I didn't even have healthcare coverage at the time. I wasn't working enough. I didn't even get dental until I'd worked there for 3 years. All right. This is taking forever. Okay, let's remove all that. And fix this. Yeah, that's like saying I licked a battery, which I've also done many times. You never licked a 9-volt battery? If you haven't licked a 9-volt battery, then were you really a kid that had friends who got dared to lick a 9-volt battery? Because I certainly did, and I definitely did. And it tickles. Was instructed to put up a wall TV while he was in the back, and the splice power cable, he ran his finger through the while I was plugged in. Ow! Makes your tongue itchy? Pretty much, yeah. Cattle shock fences are mean. I don't know what's worse, the fact that, like, you know, we have cattle shock fences, or the fact that you have been in close enough proximity to cattle shock fences to state that they're mean. I got hit by an electric fence once, but it was because I was trying to not... Okay, so 9 p.m. is my next roll. Or is it 9 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m.? 9:15 p.m. is my next roll call. We have got a mandate. Figurines. What's the word I was looking for here? A friend of the family growing up had a emu, and it was kept behind an electric fence. And the emu was pretty friendly. They actually had like 4 of them, and they also had horses and other things in that area. But we were in that area, and I remember the emu started chasing me, and I went to jump the fence, not realizing that the top of it was electric, and I put my hand on it and vaulted the fence, and it definitely shocked me. Hurt like a bitch, and landed on the other side and just kind of crumpled up on the ground going, ow! And the guy who owned the place, who was the family of a friend, ran around to see if I was okay, and the second he found out I was totally fine, just burst out laughing at me. I sort of almost got hit by lightning. You know, whenever we go on about these stories about all the times that I've almost died, I sometimes wonder how I didn't like just get obliterated at some point in my life. Because like I was kayaking on a lake once, and there was a thunderstorm warning, And we were fine. It was fine. And the clouds started looking a little mean. And then I looked over and I looked at my sister and her hair was standing on end. And it was a, don't move. This is the afterlife? What's true? No wonder life sucks. It's truly as hell. But yeah, no, we just got real low, and then our hair stopped standing on end, and we just paddled real low to the ground and paddled back to the shore. And then lightning struck a tree that was close by, which was pretty terrifying. It was very loud. It's the closest I've ever been to a lightning strike. Also, contrary to popular belief, lightning does strike the same place twice. So do not go stand somewhere lightning just struck, because it could just do it again. All right, well, we're going to try and kill that forgotten beast, but in order to do that, I really need all this shit to be put away, so we're just going to keep waiting a little longer until we can get all this shit put away. Did I just see somebody tantruming? God, I hope not. It's just a wives' tale thing, you know? People believe random crap that they hear other people say, and if enough people say it enough, then people start to believe it, just in general. Like, also, I don't know if this is true, but I've read in multiple places that lightning doesn't strike from the cloud down, it goes from the ground up. Like, it's an upwards thing, not a downwards thing, but it's literally a meme. I think a wives' tale is a pre-meme meme, like it's pre-internet meme. It's like we had memes before the internet. They just weren't called memes. They were called rumors and bullshit. Rumors and hearsay. It's because of how it takes the path of least resistance. Something like that, yeah. Pale tuna. I'm not sure about that saying because when you slowed down the footage of lightning striking, it definitely goes from up to down. Yeah, it's like it's one of those like weird things where it's like, because like lightning can form in clouds and not actually strike the ground. But I've read in multiple cases that the vast majority of lightning's going up, not down. But I don't know. The visual part of the main lightning bolt does go up, but the feelers that happen just before goes down. That's spooky. The concept of feelers is for lightning is terrifying to me, by the way. Smoke them if you got them, Raticide. Also, just a reminder to everybody. One of my mods is named Stoned Hobo. This is very much a weed-friendly stream. And if you're one of those weirdos who's like, streamers, stop normalizing drug usage, then, like, I can't help you. I'll normalize these drugs right after I finish streaming. Goes up from clouds too. One of the coolest flights I ever was on flew over top of a thunderstorm. So neat to like just see the clouds down below and just. Anyone else in school have that power company show up with this crazy generator truck thing to show kids how much power runs through a downed power line by touching a hot dog to it? I'm so sorry. What is this childhood trauma you're dumping in my chat? No. What? Also, I lived in the, we didn't even get door-to-door salesmen growing up because we lived so far out in the middle of fuck nowhere. But you know what we did get? Jehovah's Witnesses. And also, yeah, fuck me. That sounds awesome. I really, 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 really wish that I got to see that door-to-door science experiment because that sounds kind of rad. In Sydney, you used to climb out of the roof and watch the lightning play across the sky without even touching the ground. Oh, cool. It's kind of rad. Damn those witnesses. I had a childhood friend named Ash, who now writes for a political magazine. Which, shout outs to him. He's got more followers on Twitter than I do. So he's done pretty damn well for himself. Anyway, he even though we agree on like nothing politics wise, he was somebody who studied religion for fun. And he was kind of an obsessive over Catholicism, the Protestant church, Christianity, as well as Buddhism and Judaism and various other religions. And always, whenever he got the opportunity, and this happened a couple times when I was hanging out at his house, random Jehovah's Witnesses would show up. And, you know, we'd be hanging out like on a weekend or something, and his parents would be out. So it's just me and him hanging out at his parents' house. And, you know, we were playing like video games or watching movies and whatnot. And like these Jehovah's Witnesses would show up, and it would be like, you know, two like adults, right? And this 14-year-old's just like, do you want a cup of coffee? And he's like, I'll get my Bible. He just would like run off and grab his Bible and just like cross-reference them every single time they were wrong. He's like, well, you see, in this chapter, this thing, I'm just gonna keep playing N64 while you do this shit. It was the weirdest dude to hang out with. It happened twice. Different groups of Jehovah's Witnesses came by. He told me they stopped showing up. Because this fucking psychopathic teenager's just like, actually, the master ended never. No, I was not the apprentice. I had absolutely no interest. Sounds like an interesting friend. He was an interesting dude, yeah. Like I said, I don't agree with his politics these days, but like, he's an interesting dude. His magazine at the start of the pandemic started a podcast, and I listened to the first episode, and then it was like the first time I'd spoke to him in like a decade, almost. It was like almost 10 years since I talked to him last. And I just sent him an email out of the blue. I was like, hey, it's Greg. Also, here's a paragraph of things of how to make your audio not sound like shit. And also, like, I can tell what microphone you're using based on the sound of the mute button. Blue Yeti. And you're using it wrong. It's backwards. And he just responded with, holy fuck, long time. Also, thanks a lot. Seriously. Weird conversation. D-minus 12 days? I think it's like less than that now, isn't it? I saw an 11-11-11 screenshot posted on my Discord. There's a 24/7 countdown run by one of my mods and community members, which currently claims 11 days, 10 hours, 34 minutes. So yeah, it's less than 12 days. Less than 12 days, which is fucking wild. I have 3 streams left after today until it's out. 3 more streams. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm assuming you meant to say cannot. But I'm sure you can, Raticide. You'll be okay. Theology students fucking with Jehovah's Witnesses are your favorite type of response to... Yeah, I don't know. One of the worst experiences I ever had with a Jehovah's Witness. I'm sorry if anybody in chat's a Jehovah's Witness, by the way. But this was when I was homeless. And it was early in the day. And by early in the day, I mean like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. And I was trying to get a nap on a bench. And I was mostly on my way to my ex's house. But I knew that her parents wouldn't let me in until after 9 in the morning, so there was no point in showing up super early. Her parents were psychos. Anyway, so I was trying to get to my ex's house, and I was like, so halfway catching buses and halfway just napping, right? And it was pretty cold out, and I'm just like dozing on this bench, and this random person shows up and pokes me. He goes, are you okay? I'm like, yes, I'm fine. I'm just trying to get some sleep. He goes, you know, you could be in church. Fucking Sunday. Fuck. Worst kinds of people. Worst kinds of people. Worst kinds of worst kinds of people. Would they be cool with me sleeping on the damn pews? They might try and baptize me, so. You can sleep in a church, yeah. Most churches are, like, public, but you have to be, like, all right with being in a church. I feel like Because, like, I was raised really, 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 really Christian, right? So I spent a lot of time in my life in churches. And the vast majority of churches are literally just public buildings. Like, you can just walk in. Some of them even have food around the clock. I know Sikh temples are actually great for that. That was actually something that I used to abuse a bit when I was outside, is I'd go to Sikh temples. This poor dwarf. But yeah, I would go to Sikh temples because they were, most of them here, at the very least, have like 24/7 all-you-can-eat buffets that literally never stop. They generally request a donation in exchange for food, but like you chuck $5 into the bin and you can eat a 3-course meal. Just love debating with pros, analyzing people, and bring up the signs of brainwashing and Stockholm syndrome and comparing it to religious dogma. Yeah, see, like, that's a fun thing to do, Hex. But the way Ash used to do it is he would literally just like let them explain something, and then he'd cross-reference on the Bible and just point out where they're wrong and be like, next thing. Because like the way he would do it was just like, why aren't they in church? That's actually a good point, Pilot. I was cranky and sleepy and didn't really think about it. Their parents were Roman Catholic. I was Lutheran, so we were pretty passive. Yeah, there's a lot of Sikh temples around here. But the nearest one is to where I was at the time was kind of out of the way, so I only went there twice. But it was pretty mild. Most of the kids didn't believe, so it was like vaccination against... Yeah, no, okay, that's fair enough. No, I mean, for me, honestly, it was like... I played along until I was old enough to have enough autonomy to say, no, Mom, I'm not going to church. And quote Greek mythology back at them. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to do it. Also, come on, Aqua. Or not Aqua. Hex, you know this stream well enough to know that I actually don't give a shit if you talk about politics. I just care if you start to argue with people about politics. So go nuts. You're allowed to talk about politics. I just don't like it when people argue about politics. You want to have like a sensible adult level discussion. Go nuts. Any more coffee? Don't we all? Frame rate's starting to speed up. We're finally starting to get shit put away. So much pathing. This is such an awkward spot to have a fight, too. Just get drawn into the debate way too easily. I mean, it's okay. I can just tell people to shut up. There was somebody in the chat the other day who was just like, you're lucky that I think you're funny. I was like, what do you mean? It's just like, I work for a pro-life charity. I was like, whoa, okay. Holy crap, speaking of walls of text. You're at the UCF when hang out between classes and you had the normal... Oh yeah, right, this story. Normal club, which is the... Classic. Good story. I like that one. Fantastic story. Uh-oh. Seeing lava, unless that's blood. Nope, it's lava. All right. Let's hit the drain. Pull that now. I have to drain the lava slightly. Kind of got a little bit too much in there. Fortunately, it does actually self-drain. It'll just spill over. So it's kind of... I actually have this set up almost like a sink, where when this fills up all the way, like it will spill onto the walkways just a little bit, but it'll also equally just start running off the edge. And I'm starting to see it bubble up over onto the bridges, so it's time to clean this all out. And is anything like it's been described? I belong there. Yeah. No, it's not too inaccurate. The only thing that's close to hell, in my opinion, is my brain on a week when I'm feeling manic. Port tour? Could do that. Just let me get the drain done. And we could also name some dwarves too, if you guys like. Now that we actually have some peace and quiet in between sieges. need dwarves coming to pull levers. I do have dwarves coming to pull levers. I'm literally just waiting for them to come pull the drain lever so we can drain this a little bit. Is that they're the only people? Oh, I mean, it helps like increase the Stockholm syndrome, right? Like if you believe that you and your friends are the only holy ones and the only ones worth saving, then why would you be friends with anybody outside of your religion, thus increasing the echo chamber? Like it makes a lot of sense when you think about it from that perspective. It's like, why would you need to spend time with anybody else, a part of any other group, when they're all going to hell anyway? Let's just go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You thought the Bible is a self-help book, 10 steps to fix your life? Well, I mean, honestly, like, realistically what the Bible is it's a book of fantasy human lore mixed in with some history designed to teach you how to not be a shitty person. And in some ways it succeeds quite well, and in some ways it fails horribly. Like, there is actually logic in, like, the Christian beliefs, which also goes for a lot of similar religions. But the problem is the structure of religion as a thing that you participate in, and an exclusive club is where problems arise, just like anything else. Have discussions about that book, people get enraged. I will just like to remind this now is actually a very good time to remind everybody that the Bible is on Steam, okay, and has very accurate tags: psychological horror, sexual content, fantasy, faith, love-rich, text-based, story-rich, female protagonist, historical narration, philosophical drama, non-linear visual novel, single-player tutorial, relaxing, interactive fiction, atmospheric, dynamic narration. It's $17 and it has achievements. So, you know. No shit. Saw that the other day. We were laughing pretty hard. The reviews are also pretty good. Finally dropped after 2,000 years. The word of God should be free. Anyway, I really hope the Vatican published. So there's also a genuine critical review, which is just like, this dwarf finally died, went insane. There's a genuine critical review, which is just like, this version of the Bible is also on phones and it's better and it's free. Does it have a walkthrough? I think it must be really hard to 100% it because of speedrun the Bible. Exactly the same jokes that we made previously. Thanks for the $2 last crew. Speaking of $2, the Forest Titan Jothrer Sathahedra has come. An enormous three-eyed oxpecker? What the fuck's an oxpecker? Hold up. Oh, Chad, keep your oxpecker in your pants. No, that's X-pecker. Oxpecker. It's a bird. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's a pretty bird. That's a cool looking bird. It is not an ox dick. Can confirm. It's definitely a bird. Just nobody needs to see that, pilot. Don't go to prison. All right, so we got an oxpecker here, hey? So it's gonna fly. That's good. It has a twisting jointed trunk, just like your oxpecker, and it emanates an aura of giving and kindness. All right. It's feather. It's bronze and it's feathers. It's also an O. Well, anyway. It's a titan, not a forgotten beast. It's Burb. I don't know what door it's going to take into the fort. So we'll just watch. No, but you can hit. Edit. I mean, the VOD still exists, so anyway. I could go back and screen cap it. Yeah, no, I missed it. I tried to just clip it just now, but I missed it. You could just go back in the VOD and find it, though. Aura of kindness and thought, oh, phew, I was scared for a second, and then unpause to their doom. Not me. I'm also really curious to see where it's going to come down. It's going to go for my elephants, isn't it? Hold on a second. Okay, what the fuck is devil percent? Speedrun for the Bible. Apparently there's a game called The Bible percent. The Bible. Okay, so apparently there's a Bible game for the Game Boy Advance SP, and there are speedruns of the Bible. Well, all right. PS2, Xbox, and GBA. Huh. All right. Whatever. Anyway, it's going for my elephants. So I'm going to send my 3 squads right here. It's going for my baby elephants, not just the elephants. Scaring all my elephants. You big bully. Look at you, you big bully. Thanks, Elbow. Well, it's killing one of my elephants. Let's see how the elephant's doing. Never mind, it's actually fighting with a goat. Oh, there's a goat in there, too. Anyway, the nanny goat seems to be doing work. The nanny goat kicks the forest titan in the right wing with her hoof, bruising the muscle. Shit, this goat's doing damage. Nanny goat attacks the forest titan in the right upper leg with her right horn, tearing the fat, bruising the fat. Okay, shout out to this goat. I don't think this goat's gonna live very long. I see pieces of things flying. Oh no, and blood. Rest in peace, nanny goat. Let's see, the last thing it did was it kicked it. It got charged, slammed into the ground, and then the forest titan bites the nanny goat in the head, and the injured part, it collapses into a lump of gore. Rest in peace, nanny goat. You did well. I should have trained some of these as war elephants, but it's fighting with another one of my baby elephant calf. Come on, man. Here comes my military. Slowly. Also, what's its name translate to? Juthur Sparkle Gnarl, the Beautiful Island. I wonder if it's a lonely island. Don't mess with goats, clearly. I mean, it got a couple hits in, which is pretty good. I mean, even these elephants are, too. Kicks it in the upper body with his left front foot, bruising it. Yeah, no, like, it's taking damage. Like, this... My elephants are, in fact, bruising it. Its foot is bruised, too. Okay, so it's, killing one more of my elephants. Teeth just flew everywhere. Oh, wow. The Forest Titan places a chokehold on the elephant calf's throat with its right wing. The bird is choking it with its wings and killed it by choking it to death after knocking its teeth out. Sending my dwarves over. Walrus is up front. Runs straight forward. Begins stabbing. The militia captain punches the Forest Titan in the right wing, bruising the muscle. The Spear Dwarf stabs it in the lower body, tearing the muscle. The Spear Dwarf stabs it again in the right foot with an adamantine spear. A ligament has been torn and a tendon has been torn, and the force bends the neck. You thought it was a good burb? I mean, it certainly emanated giving and kindness. Militia captain slashes. Actually, they embedded it at one point. It's literally stabbed it and embedded it in its leg, and then ripped it back out, gained possession, strikes the Forest Titan in the upper leg with the pommel of his adamantine sword. Spear Dwarf stabs the Forest Titan in the upper body with his adamantine spear. Militia captain stabs the the Forest Titan, forgotten Titan, Forest Titan, in the lower body with its adamantine short sword, tearing the muscle. Spear Dwarf scratches the Forest Titan in the throat, tearing the skin. The Force twists the neck. Forest Titan misses the Spear Dwarf. Seems to be going on in our favor at this point. More dwarves are coming up as defense. After a long-fought battle, the militia captain slashes the Forest Titan in the upper body with his adamantine short sword, fracturing the bone. The final stab was from the militia captain, who slashes the Forest Titan in the head with his adamantine short sword. And the severed part sails off in an arc. So, Vutok, amateur, guess what you just did? The amateur player just killed the Forest Titan. Well done. And I'll place a butcher shop right here and a tanner shop, and hopefully we can get this butchered. Ox pecker down. You pecked that ox to pieces. Yes, decapitation. And then afterwards, not only that, amateur, but you bestowed the name Tamu Shakalaka, Sazibrek upon a adamantine short sword. What does that mean? Also, you're now a professional swords dwarf, just like Hobo's a professional streamer. I like how you're using pleated shoes. That's oddly specific. You named it Shove Melt the Symmetric Salves. It's got one notable kill and one kill. And only you've killed with it. Hollow Bones? What? Defenstrated? Deflated? I mean, it's definitely dead. I know that much. All these poor elephants. Elephants take so long to mature. It's kind of like real life, where I'm pretty sure they just straight up take 10 years to go from being kids to being adults. Oh no. Found my elephant calf's dead. Such a shame. If this was a reanimating biome, that would be an awkward situation to be in, right? Also, thanks for the screenshot and the clip, Hobo. Also, we've got another religious title in this fortress. The Holy Dust is Doran. Okay, I don't need to build these here. Defense traded, you might have a laugh. I feel like this is not safe for work. It's the act of throwing someone or something out of a window. The term was coined the time of an incident in Prague Castle in 1618, which became the spark that started the 30 years...
Defenestrate.
Defenestrate. All right, then. I just learned a completely useless factoid and a new word. Excellent. The best kinds of factoids are almost entirely useless, though. Hey, NetJam. What's up, dude? Hey, gamers. How you doing? What's up, man? No problem. We've gone straight into the late night vibes and like gone through like all of the goofy late night shit you could think of. It's completely useless, but it's stuck with you for years. You glad that you can now pass it on? It's one of those things where, like, I swear that I knew that now that I've read it and heard it being said. It's like, I swear that I knew that, but... Oxpeckers, chili weed hot chocolates, debating Jehovah's Witnesses. Dating coworkers. What have we not covered this evening? Like, I was running a pretty serious, like, tight ship of a Dwarf Fortress stream, and then I went and had lunch break, and now that I'm back, I'm just like... The fuck we on about?
Over here, he has a sword!
Exactly! It's very true. I keep forgetting about that one. Because I keep forgetting to write it on the list. Hold on, let me write it on the list of sound commands that you guys have. Over here, he has a sword! There we go. I've now remembered to add it to the list of commands for subs. That is the most, I'm a game developer! They didn't pay me to do this! Why are the dwarves so slow? Well, one of them is carrying a titan, and the other two are carrying elephants. So... I'm just making sure that the Titan gets butchered, which is why I'm watching it. Yep. For reference, that over here, he's got a sword line is from Thief, the first one. They're like lady characters, if they see you sneaking around with a sword out, they go, over here, he's got a sword! Or, ah, he's got a sword! And it's just very funny to just hear random people screaming, over here, he's got a sword! It's a good time. Yeah, so those sound commands cost $10 a month on Twitch or $7 a month on Patreon. It's literally part of the way I pay my bills. It's the completely undirected... Yeah, it's like they took one take and they're like, cut, got it. It's like, what do you want me to say? Sound afraid and say, over here, he's got a sword. It's like, I'm pretty sure that's exactly how that conversation went. You must earn the right to make... You must pay me for the privilege of making noises on my stream. Also worth noting, if anybody for some reason does get possessed by a strange force and decide to give me money on Patreon, you do have to tell me, because I don't get notifications about it for about 30 to 40 minutes, and then I have to manually add you into my bot. Posed a ban on certain exports. Well, no one's traded with me in ages because these stupid humans keep sieging me, so... Bad voice acting is one of your favorite parts. You know, I was watching a stream a couple months ago, and they were playing Resident Evil 1. It was like Halloween, right? And they kept complaining about how bad the voice acting was. They're like, God damn it, like, voice acting was so bad in games back then. I'm like, that's literally part of the appeal. What's wrong with... Anyway. It is literally part of the appeal. It's like games back then weren't made by teams of 400 people with professional skills and things. They were just like, this seems fun. Okay, ship it. Right on the 3,000 mark. Do you have a 3,000 hours speech, Pilot? I've never finished Resident Evil 1. I've started it a couple times, but I tend to just kind of get bored of that type of game, unfortunately. Also, I don't know if this is good news, chat, but I just noticed that my dumb RTX on / RTX off Dwarf Fortress short has hit 10,000 plus views. I don't know if I should be ashamed of that or not, but anyway. Also, if anybody ever wonders how much money people make off of shorts, the answer is they don't. It's like you see a short 70 million views, $30. Not even like 1/100th of a cent. Yeah, right? Just sitting on them dollars. It's not even with rounding. Nope. You make money off of shorts in the clothing industry. Wow. Wow. Although, if anybody is wondering about YouTube money, this video is doing real well, though. We're also at, like, peak ad revenue season. For a video that took me about 4 hours to make, not bad. Not bad. Hope it keeps going. If you're in the adult industry, you make money out of the absence of shorts. Uh-huh. I would say that clothing models technically make money off of shorts, too. Oh, yeah, Red Alert I played. You know, fun fact, I've never played a Wing Commander game. I played Free Space. Never played Wing Commander, though. Just didn't know anybody who had them. Didn't really know those games existed, actually. Although, oddly enough, I'm pretty sure I've seen the Wing Commander movie. Which is weird. Like, it's one of those, like, I either saw it or I saw trailers for it a whole bunch at some point in my life. Because whenever I look at the Wing Commander, like, screenshots of the Wing Commander film, I go, I've seen this. But, like, I can't remember when or where. I know that I've seen it. Which is a really weird feeling. Like, it must have just been on in the background at some family get-together or something. Yeah, that's a good question. What the fuck is your family? No, not particularly. Although, it's like my family's just a bunch of messed up individuals, but messed up individuals in a completely different way. Trust me, you don't want my family. Your team's background set to cockpit view of Wing Commander. Nerd. All right. Now that I got that out of the way, that's kind of rad, dude. Kind of reminds me of early days of the pandemic when everybody was just like sharing screenshots of and everybody was sharing screenshots of like their Zoom meetings. It's just like, oh, this is me at work, and it's just like a screenshot of the Zoom meeting. One of my favorite ones that I saw was actually Pilot Guy knows this person. Mike, aka Mike B, took a screenshot of his kids' like elementary school Zoom class and posted it. and he's just like, guess which kid's dad is a streamer. And it's like, you know, like a lot of people's chins, a lot of really crappy like webcams on laptops that are like not centered at all, a lot of like empty screens, and then there's just like his kid Declan, who's just got like this perfectly lit background with a massive fancy high-end microphone and just like beautiful backdrop and just like sitting there just like looking all important in like this massive, not gamer chair, but like proper office chair. It's like, guess whose dad's a streamer? It's like, yep. That's one of the funniest screenshots I think I've ever seen. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Declan was in charge. Declan just like knew what was up. God. Classic bruh moment. I have a feeling by the time this dwarf gets to this location, the body of this thing's gonna be rotted. Well, it is mutilated, but we should still be able to butcher it. Pause that there. Would call with Rocket Lab with a bunch of other homeschooled kids. Oh, your kids are also homeschooled? And you set them up with, I was homeschooled, which is why I say that out loud. So set him up with a bunch of astronaut filter, and it was, so he was floating on the space. Oh, that's awesome. Gosh. My neck don't feel good. I slept on it funny last night. Everyone else was just boring wall backgrounds. Damn right. And you got to make your background interesting. Although honestly, like those filters that let you blur your background and like put stuff behind you without a green screen are kind of becoming black magic. Family stories you've got. That's a strange one. I will say that. All right. Well, What? Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, right. Yeah, you were the one who committed crimes. The dwarf did try to steal an artifact from me, admittedly. Can dwarves topple statues while they're in prison? I mean, yeah, it's 8 p.m. You just, like, gave me a mild heart attack because I'm staring at this 24-hour scripted schedule, and that would have meant that I not only missed my roll call for the next streamer, but missed it by 2 hours. So, just made me very worried for a moment there. Yeah, 2300 Eastern. Yes, there you go. Thank you. Huh, God. But yeah, no, Northern Quarter is next, and I have to notify him at 2200 hours. Yeah, I'm running roll call for, actually, I don't know if I can show this. I can show this, though. I'm running roll call, and so I'm staring at this in the background, which basically is just like, so I've been doing roll call since 1400 hours Pacific. That's UTC +1, I think. Or it's just UTC. Anyway, I've been running roll call, so 15 minutes before the next person goes on, I DM them and make sure they're ready to go. But it's for a charity event that my team helps organize, called the Hot Potato Charity Marathon. Currently, it's somebody named Rocket Socks who's running. It's a RimWorld charity marathon. And if I jump back over here, I can state that looking at the back end, we have raised $25,850.44 in about 32 hours for Doctors Without Borders. God, that's an old command that I totally forgot existed. Hold up, let me bop that. Let me get you a link to the actual thing. This is what happens when you have old commands that you forget exist. There you go. Okay, that's strange. It's not even listed in my bot. Huh. Bot's been drinking? Yeah, no kidding. I've mentioned this in the past, but I do not like this bot. I use it because it works and gets updates, and the one I used to use doesn't. Yeah, it's literally not in my bot. What the fuck? I mean... Okay, whatever. I give up. My bot's a mystery. I'm generally pretty nice to my dwarves, though. There we go. Sweet, we're butchering it. Look at that. Get that.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Yeah, the bot's a bit of a nut. And I'll have you know, I'm generally pretty nice to my dwarves. Generally. And although technically that is fine that you linked that. That is just a fundraiser that I did back in June. It's just not the correct fundraiser, so... I just got a comment. Tarn looks like the last time he cut his hair was when the No Clip doc released, which is like almost accurate, actually. Last time Tarn cut his hair was when they last released a version, which would have been January 2021. Yes. Butcher an animal. It's listed right there. Follow them, or hit V. So, this dwarf is heading to pick up equipment. This dwarf is going to train a Crundle. This dwarf is picking up equipment. This dwarf is putting an item in a stockpile. That is how you check. But yeah, so I guess the plan for like the next 2 weeks is I still don't know when I'm getting key, and I also don't know when I'm going to be allowed to stream Dwarf Fortress when I get the key. So I'm just kind of working under the assumption that I won't have key next week, and hopefully they'll give it to me before release. So next week will probably just be 3 more perfectly normal Dwarfy days. And then whenever I'm allowed to start streaming Premium the week after, I will start streaming, and then probably just stream for like 2 weeks straight. Maybe a day off or a half day or something. But the streams won't be as ludicrously long. I think instead of going for 12 to 14 hours, we'll shorten it down to like 10. Nice short streams, you know. Easy peasy is probably the plan for next week. And we're just going to stream, and I'm going to make videos, and I'm going to stream, and I'm going to make videos, and I'm going to stream, and I'm going to make videos, and I'm going to stream, and I'm going to make videos until Christmas hits. And then I take a nap. My personal goal is at least 25 to 30,000 YouTube subs. So, see what we can do. The theory is that they want to wait until after their KitFox hype streams to give out promotional keys. My theory is Zach and Tarn are very, very, very careful. Theory 1. Zach and Tarn and KitFox know that the game is going to sell very, very well, regardless of if they give out keys. 2. And I think that they know that people will stream it regardless of if they get keys early, right? So I think that they are in the privileged position of just simply not having to give out keys until the day of. And my assumption is that the vast spring has arrived and a rooster died of old age. Rest in peace, you poor rooster. Did anybody else die? Nope, doesn't look like it. Just the rooster. But I think that they're just in this position where they don't... Yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is going to get a lot of press, regardless of if they give out keys. So I kind of expect that Dwarf Fortress is going to be one of those games that just ships like 30,000 review keys the day, like hours before launch. Because like with a launch day embargo. That's my assumption, is what I'm assuming. I hope that I get it a little earlier than that. But, yeah, we have one more week of normal streams followed by I get to actually make a new fort. Because, like, at this point, in this fort, normally, probably what I would do is I would just siege until we get overrun, or I would just dig too deep. But I'm going to make this fort last one more week because might as well. I mean, it's a little laggy, but it's been fun. Like, this is a fun fort with cool constructions in it, so... we'll try and fight with hell on Thursday next week, though. Yeah, well, we'll see. I've been told as much that I will get key before release. I just don't know when. So it might be 2 hours before release. It might be a day before release. It might be 3 days before release. We don't know. But as long as I get it like a day and a half early, I'll be fine. Otherwise, it'll be a rough morning. Like, if they give it to me at, like, midnight the day before, I ain't sleeping. I've heard 3 of KitFox's CMs in a row bemoan the fact that working full-time, that they couldn't get as much press for their own games as Dwarf Fortress without any effort. I mean, like, just, like, look at this. Just look at this. This is amazing to me. Oh, sweet. The VOD with Sal's already up. Look at this. Dwarf Fortress trailer, 500,000 views. Yep. Dwarf Fortress Let's Play Part 1, 150,000 views. Part 2 with me, 25,000 views. Part 2 already has 1.2 thousand views. Probably has closer to 4, right? Random video stuff on fire. No actual voice or content aside from that, 30,000 views. Dwarf Fortress panel, 60,000 views. DLC for Boyfriend Dungeon, 6,000 views. Mossfield Origins trailer, 2,000 views. Other Mossfield Origins trailer, 2,000 views. Pupper Game, 13,000 views. Video with me in it, 20,000 views. Yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress just gets free press for free press. 500,000 views? Yeah, I'm hoping we hit a milli after launch. I think Dwarf Fort can hit a milli. I get it half an hour before release. If I got it half an hour before release, you know what would happen? Tutorial? Guys, we're doing it live. Is completely skewed. I mean, that was a random number. I don't think it'll be 30,000 keys. I mean, realistically, it'll probably... If I had to guess, major press outlets will each get one. You know, like fucking IGN. Imagine IGN reviewing Dwarf Fortress. But like realistically, probably Rock Paper Shotgun. Probably somebody from Vice will get it. Like the people, like the websites that regularly write about Dwarf Fortress that actually have people that are interested in it. Probably that one dude at Kotaku will probably get it. I mean, there's actually a very handy thread on Reddit right now that I reposted to my YouTube channel, but has a list of all the hotkeys. Which is right there. These are all new hotkeys. How much are they? Not that bad. I mean, obviously there will be some relearning, but it'll be fine. It'll take me 2 days maybe, fiddling with it. IGN reviews are so bad though. It's because they don't get paid anything. IGN is the McDonald's of video games. They're not going to be able to figure out how to generate a world. You know, honestly, maybe a controversial statement. If for some reason they give IGN a key, and they're not able to figure out how to generate a world, they failed. Because you want idiots to be able to figure out how to generate a world. Anyway, gobbies are here. Keep the dwarves locked inside, like we already are. And pull the gold door. Wonder how, at least they're just a vile force of darkness this time. It's a very small siege so far. Hey, Neodune. Hello. Just started watching Long Death. Gonna lurk in the stream while you catch up on the literal 53 days of VODs. There's one point in the VOD, Neodude, where I come to the realization that Long Death is about twice as long as One Piece. So I guess it's up to you. What would you prefer to be? A critically horrible anime viewer, or someone who watches all of my VODs? I mean, it's up to you. I ain't judging, but Italix has it? No, it's Rocket Socks right now. Italix is tomorrow? No. Italix is Saturday, after Ambiguous Amphibian. Did they really just send like 1, 2, 3? Okay, no, they did actually send a siege. It's just taking a while for them to all pop onto the map. Guy, you're literally the person who stole my artifact earlier. All right, so you see this guy right here, Rushan? Oh, sweet. We already scheduled an interview with them. From the last time they were here. I love it when people steal stuff from me and then come back. Oh, they can be deconstructed while raised. What? It's like you trying to catch up on Campaign 2 of Critical Role. I would say Critical Role probably has better production value than my streams, but I very much respect people who make the effort to watch through everything. Normally you would agree, but some of those IGN reviews you read is intentionally obtuse to the point of ignoring game mechanics and tutorials that force you to learn. Oh, absolutely. No, like there are some really bad reviews on IGN. But the whole point of IGN isn't to put out good reviews, right? The whole point of IGN is to let grandma know whether or not grandma should buy dead cells for kiddo's birthday or not. Or less than that. IGN exists to inform grandma if grandma should buy Grand Theft Auto 5 for the Xbox for grandson for Christmas. That's the whole point of IGN. They're not there to have interesting, well-written articles about video games. That's what Vice is for. Yes, Grandma should totally buy Timmy Dead Cells for his birthday, and maybe shouldn't buy Timmy Grand Theft Auto. So, you know, like it's just not the point of IGN. Which also kind of sucks because people don't buy video games anymore. Wow, why are there so many? I think these amethyst brutes are breeding, chat, which is scary because amethyst brutes are gigantic scaly snake flies with mandibles that appear to be emaciated, and they have deadly dust that literally just makes you fall asleep immediately. So they're like, they insta-gib dwarfs. Like, they are terrifying. These goblins picked such a bad place to spawn. Hey, Spaceman, what up? I think I might actually kill some of these with drawbridges. I don't like doing that, but I need the bulk of them to be here. Why is there a sea of lava here? I mean, goblins don't ask such convoluted, complex, intelligent people questions. They say, Dwarf, war! I'll just have it in a pop-out player while you do other things. Yeah. I'll just, one caveat, I get kind of crotchety in some of those early episodes because I was still streaming 6 days a week. Just an FYI. So if I'm, like, weirdly cranky, give me a break. I'm bipolar and not in a good mood some days. That's my only real caveat for Long Death, is there are some early episodes where I get a little crotchety. Turns out, streaming 3 days a week when you're manic half the time is a lot better for your ability to stay sane. But enjoy Long Death. It's a long haul. My actual dream at some point is that somebody will be crazy enough to go through Long Death and log the whole thing into a wiki. Maybe one day. Maybe one day if I'm a YouTube millionaire, I'll just pay somebody full-time wage to like watch through all of them and log everything that happened into a wiki. Oh, come on. Come on, misjudge the subject's character. Grumbles. All right. It's gonna be enough of them. Maybe, actually. The beak dogs spawning in? Yeah, they're still spawning in. Ah, yes, Chuck Tingle. Something something butts. Someone needs to make a Chuck Tingle book title name generator. Does that exist yet? Someone needs to make this. You would totally host a wiki for Long Death. Maybe we could get Kit Fox to sponsor it. All right. Well, let's do a mini burning. That's plenty. And we soon. Breaks ankles. Nope. Breaks it. Breaks. Okay. There. Yep. Okay. That broke more than ankles. A bunch of them land on the ground. And then we do a round of burning. I mean, I've seen the titles, and that's all I really need to see. Like, you don't really need to know more about Chuck Tingle's books than the titles. All right, let's go down here. Pull that lever again. Okay, lava stops pouring. Let's pop down that door. Got a pretty good number of them, I say. Hold on a second, what? Okay, never mind. The top one's in the underworld. The colors add flavor? Sure. Uh-huh. Somehow a goblin survived that. This goblin just survived that. I think he was on top of this bridge. Because when these bridges came back down, he popped out over here and walked that way. I think that goblin just survived that. Congratulations. A goblin actually managed to... A goblin witnessed the destruction of their entire army and is now getting to leave. What a lucky bastard. He just knows his parody type niche. Well, I mean, he's like the Weird Al Yankovic of pornography. Well, Weird Al Yankovic of gay pornography. How's that? It's also, what's it called? A pen name, is it not? Sometimes you just need a purple T-Rex guy. And sometimes you just need to fuck Barney. I mean, what? Yeah, he witnessed a massacre. All right, well, that went rather well. Gold doors go down. We get to figure out where the last few invaders are. I'm assuming that they're just leaving. They appear to just be sitting there. I'm just gonna tell my dwarves to go kill these. Yeah, they're active. I'll go kill them. I'll get them. Let's schedule another interrogation of that zombie up here. I don't care if you're already interviewed. I'm going to interview you again. You're sus. No, like you're really sus. No, like you're really, 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 really sus. To know they almost got a Hugo Award on 2 separate occasions. Humor me for a second. What's a Hugo Award? No idea what that is. Amethyst Brute has given birth to triplets. Chad, I'm starting to figure out why there's so many Amethyst Brutes. All right. We have a problem. Always forget how to build siege equipment. Machine components? Nope. Weapon wrap farm. I literally never do this, but. Traps, stairs. Siege engines. There it is. Lowercase I. Ballista. I need ballista parts. That's what I need. Ball, ass, part. Let's just make 12. Kill the amethyst brutes, encrust these things as the shattered remains. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fortify a spot where I can see them with a ballista right in front of it and start shooting ballistas directly at their faces. This is what I'm going to do. The problem is, in order to... it's going to be difficult to make it work without the dwarves panicking, but... Think Grammy, but for book authors. Okay. Chuck Tingle, apparently. Which is kind of amazing. So essentially what I'm going to do is right here. I guess right here would be the easiest spot. But there would be even easier. But I guess right here. Let's actually do it this way. Let's see if I can make this work. So I'm going to dig this out down here, basically. I'm going to put a ballista right in front of it. I'm going to put ballista arrows behind it. And then I'm going to fortify right there. I'm just going to start fucking shooting ballista arrows into here. Oops, no slash proof glove. Oh no, please no pictures on Discord. Don't want to see that. There is a goblin dying. Well, that's good. This is why adamantine weapons are awful. This is how many individual pieces we need to throw away to get rid of this goblin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are all teeth. But, God, it's like, can we keep them in one piece, please? Lot of pieces. They are awesome. Swords and spears. No indication of an injury, just a big winning. Oh, just a big warning. Okay, that's good. So against undead and necromancers, you can just instantly kill undead by slashing off parts of them, and then a necromancer can just do his thing. It's such a pain in the ass. My favorite fights are army of goblins with slash weapons versus army of dwarves with slash weapons with a necromancer behind the goblins and a necromancer behind the humans all against each other, because you get like a four-way war. You get dwarves fighting with goblins, zombie goblins fighting with zombie dwarves, dwarves fighting with both sides of zombies, and then friendly zombies for both sides joining both sides in the middle somewhere. And then also zombies that come back to life that are just completely like oblivious to the fact that there's a fight going on, that are neutral to everybody, that are just hanging out. It's a fucking mess. And then you'll notice dwarves that have like 300 plus kills, and it's just like, oh, they killed one arm like 30 times. Stamped on it, comes back to life. 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 It's kind of incredible, actually. It's just like, oh, every single one of my butchers have like 80 kills. Why is that? Oh, they're all pigskin. Every single time that we butcher a pig, the skin comes back, and then they beat the skin to death and go back to what they were doing. Why is my aunt sending me pictures? What the hell? Oh boy. Aunt Uma's going into a home. People complain about the undead menace. Do you find laughing so hard you woke your sister up from the other room? Well, probably for the best. Now you just get to explain why you were laughing so hard. People complain about the undead menace. It's also pretty fun in both Fortress and Adventure when you've got decent guys fighting. Oh yeah, no, I mean it can certainly be fun. I once had a human neck that was crawling around the edge of one of my fortresses that I just missed after a siege in a resurrecting biome, and then realized that 2 kids kept killing it and it kept coming back to life. So I had like these 2 children, dwarves, like in the entryway to my fort, and this human neck would like come to life and be like, bang, or whatever necks do. And then the kids would punch it and it would die. And it would come back to life a few seconds later and be like, bang. I don't know what an undecked neck skin is like, but it was a neck, sans head, sans body. So it was just this part of a human that kept coming to life and going, bang. Just scaring these 2 children. And they kept killing it. And so both of these kids had like 12 kills. I was quite impressed. Good training opportunity? Oh, probably. Probably. I mean, it was one of the few haunted forts I did. It was a good time. I did a series ages ago, which was called Community World, where I basically had, where I would like very carefully upload every single post, or every single world status point, and make sure that like people could keep up. And I kept a pretty detailed document of what was going on. And eventually it got too convoluted and I gave up. But it was a fun process while it lasted, and that fort was part of that. Can't remember which fort it was, but just remember these 2 like dwarven kids just like playing make-believe and then occasionally having to squish a neck and then go back to playing make-believe. I'm just imagining a neck being like a weird fleshy inchworm. Just like except occasionally just like getting up and going, bah! Because like the criteria for what can come back from the dead is like, if it could theoretically become a hand and grab a thing, it can come back from the dead, as long as it isn't mangled. I think it's mangled or mutilated that stops them from being able to come back. I can't remember. It's one of the 2, but yeah, basically as long as it could theoretically grab something, which is why I would love to ask Zach and Tarn one day, if it has to be able to grab something, how does a neck grab a thing? Why am I imagining? Okay, have you ever had a rolled omelet with like rice inside, like an ami rice or something? I'm just imagining like a rolled omelet, but a neck. And also, I've also always wondered, is it like a me neck, like a kind of slender, like very small neck? Or are we talking like a George Fisher, aka Corpse Grinder neck? Because if it's his neck, we're all fucked. What's the theme of this fortress? Keep it alive until... I should make that into an emote. Keep it alive until the game comes out on that. While doing progressively dumber shit. Honestly, Corpse Grinder has bigger neck. Corey Taylor has pretty big neck, but it's hard to compete with that. My favorite part about Corpse Grinder is that he's very famous for buying stuffed animals and collectible toys for his daughter while he's on tour. He's like just this huge, scary metal musician who sings about murdering entire societies of people and also loves Target. Did I talk to the demons? Yeah, it's actually kind of annoying because they have this. They're multiplying, dude. they're making more. They keep having See, Amethyst Brood is giving birth to triplets. God damn it. I need to get some siege engines set up and start shooting them because this is becoming a problem. Vertebra stretched in via tendons wrapping around weird, stumpy, pudgy snake. Weird, stumpy, pudgy snake. That's a sentence I just read. It needs to be a means to gas them or something. Well, they're immune to lava and they can't drown, so. No, not at all. Not really. But I don't know. We have, what, 167 dwarves? We've kind of stopped getting migrants because shit's so bad. I think my home faction's kind of dead, and they're also kind of pissed at me because I kind of burned 4 wagons accidentally once. But no, not really. I mean, I guess it depends on how big brain you like to be. You don't really need to keep track of all of them, though. You only really need to keep track of the ones that you like. Okay, we're actually getting metal object jobs going again. And dig jobs. There we go. That's what we need. I'll follow the dig jobs. I mean, it does slow down at a point, but like... They will just automatically do stuff after a while? No, I mean, like, jobs still need to be assigned. Although, supposedly, Premium's going to have some sort of auto labor where they will do that. But because, like, you have hundreds of dwarves, they just... There's always going to be somebody with the job assigned. You love how many masons I have? You should see how many glassmakers I had for a bit there. That's because the masonry guild is really popular. Not all of them even have masonry assigned. I have legendary masons that have never made a brick. But I don't know. I mean, I guess it's kind of like asking, it's like, does Factorio get unmanageable after a while? It's like, well, yeah, kind of, but if you built it, not really. No, technically it's multi-threaded. It's technically double-threaded. But yes, it's still single-threaded. And no, it will never be multi-threaded. Stop asking. Find me a game from that started its time of existence in 2002 that is multi-threaded. But technically, the graphics run on one thread, and the game runs on another one. And the UI runs on the same thread as the graphics, which is why there's like 500 frames a second in this screen, whereas this screen's running at like 25, 30. Yeah, this is why I let people who actually know how programming stuff works take over. I just say it's not going to happen, never going to happen, stop asking. Not going to happen, probably never going to happen. Stop asking. Because I've had people explain to me why it's probably never going to happen, and that's all I need to know. They're fixing that with the Steam release. I think you don't know what you're talking about, to be nice. But, I mean, the game runs better with every single update. But no, it's not going to be multi-threaded in the Steam release. If that's what you're suggesting. I hate to break it to you, but the vibe that you get is wrong. It was just Okay. What Clinodev said. Please see previous statement of I don't think you know what you're talking about. Like I'm not trying to be mean, dude, but I'm certain you have no idea what you're talking about. And have been doing, Maverick. Can anyone explain this? Can you just stop asking? But like, it's not something that's going to happen. Another poison vapor? Bruh. The Forgotten Beast and you has come. I need you. A gigantic feathered petrosaur. It has large mandibles and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poisonous vapors. All right. Well, fun. Poisonous vapors, petrosaur. Yep. I once read emaciated as constipated. That would make it for a different beat. You know, honestly, someone should like make a mod that puts that possible statement in there, because like honestly it would be really funny to just have like a pile of vomit that comes at you that appears to be constipated. I would love to fight a constipated pile of poop in Dwarf. Also, I think I can turn that off actually. Come here, you. This is why I just let chat handle these at this point, because honestly, it bothers me and I don't even have the verbiage to explain why it wouldn't work. All right, here comes my military. Let's see what this poison does. Hopefully they don't all keel over. The last time we had a poisonous vapors, the dwarf just died. I lost a military commander. Swordmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the left foot with her adamantine sword, tearing the muscle. Swordmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her adamantine sword, tearing the muscle. And we got it. Krabs, Maffel says, I have a part in this. There's no need to feel vengeful. Bash the Forgotten Beast in the lower body. Steel mace, bruising the muscle. Forgotten Beast was last hit by the Swordmaster, who kicks the Forgotten Beast in the head with her left foot, and the engine part explodes. Now we follow them and see if anything happens to them. They're all going to go clean self, meaning they're probably covered in viscera of varying degrees. You know, like, one of the things that people always bring up is that dude... Oh, there we go. Cannot breathe. Paralyzed, winded. Ability to stand is lost. Now, did that happen to the entire squad or just that one dwarf? Yeah, it seems to be the entire squad. Means they're either dead. Go to combat training. I respect it, but stay inactive. Cannot breathe. Poisonous vapors suck, let me tell you. Nobody's died yet. Still paralyzed, winded, and cannot breathe. Is anybody coming to rescue patient? Ponder social behavior. Also, Omega Love, how are you doing? Oh, you're actually doing all right. This dwarf seems to like being someone's study. That's good. Is less depressed than he was previously, which is good. Speaking of good, a lot of these dwarves are not good, so. None of them have died, though, even though they cannot breathe. You'd think that not being able to breathe would make you die rather quickly. You mean woodland critter? I mean, yeah, honestly, like, it's this paralyzing. Oh, there we go. There's 3. So Blackadder, Einod. Guess it was just the 3. Yeah, it seems like it was the 3. Rest in peace, dwarves. More tickets to pay off. You have a really interesting attitude towards the tickets game. You know that, right? Needs 3 catapult parts. Well, let's pump that up to priority number 1. There's just so much shit to put away right now. Rest in peace, Aphid Bane. You were a great dwarf. And crabs. Damn, how many of them died? 3? Man, we lost like an entire squad, basically. Such a shame. It's just an interesting approach, that's all. Merc. And you do what you want to do at the end of it. They're all divers. Well, actually, based on the amount of time, that was probably closer to a day and a half. It isn't prepared. Not 30 minutes, or 3+ minutes, rather. That was closer to a day and a half that they couldn't, air quotes, couldn't breathe for. Also, chat, I've officially gotten 100 YouTube subs today, which is a lot. So, that's kind of crazy. It's going to be an interesting couple of months. Interesting couple of months. Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's... Like I said, it's been an interesting couple months. You can't run invests after they've just closed, by the way. You have to wait until the next round. Yeah, like... I had 12,059 subs as of October 31st. And we're now at 1,396. 28, less than 28 days later. Like in the last 90 days. last 365 days. Like, it's not actually that crazy of a bump. It's currently just been pretty reasonable. I didn't really get... It's like, in 2019, July 2019, it's like 600 subs. But then things started getting better slowly, but hasn't been that big of a jump yet. We'll see. Hi, Socks. How are you? Good to see that you still smell. You were trying to get into this market early? Yeah, I mean, I've been streaming Dwarf Fortress consistently for 4.5 years at this point. So, you know, it's been a while. So Aphid Bane, Blackadder, and Crabs were lost in that fight. Oh, the investing market. I was gonna say, I thought you were talking about streaming. I mean, I was looking at that, but yeah, no, they run every, I think it's 50 minutes, approximately. Also, to the person who came in about the multi-threading question, just note that if we seem kind of sarcastic or know-it-all about it, just note that I don't know if you play this game, or if you've played this game, or if you're particularly knowledgeable about it or programming. But as somebody who plays this game a lot and streams it a lot, makes a lot of videos about it, I get that question like 4 times a day in YouTube comments. And I think I'm about 1/10 as irritated by it as the people who make the game. And I don't even have the verbiage or the knowledge to explain why it wouldn't work. Considering the brothers who make this game, whenever they get asked that question, it's basically just a, I don't know, maybe one day is their answer, just to kind of brush it off at this point without even answering it, because it's literally something that I will be shocked if it ever happens, and I do not expect it to ever happen. Considering the game is already multi-threaded and does get major performance increases with every update. So it's, considering, like, as another example of a famous game that people love that doesn't run well, City Skylines isn't multi-threaded. And it's a modern game that runs in a modern game engine that was developed in a modern era where multi-threaded CPUs exist. And nobody seems to complain about it running like shit, because they all just go, yep, well, I've modded the crap out of the game, so obviously it runs like shit. So... And then everybody likes to point at Factorio, to which point I respond with, yeah, but they're also not tracking the temperature, physics, and density, height, size, weight, and location of every single item on the map. It's just numbers. Taylor, it's good to see you. Hello. Multi-threading is hard. Yep. Yep. Yeah. This is true. Let's check that interrogation. Excellent. We made intimidating remarks. Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was too afraid to not comply. This is interesting. They told us that they have an assumed identity. Russian Deathroar, that's a good last name though, Deathroar, is actually Samir C Present. And the subject used Deslud Trail Static as an alias in the past. And they also have used Biwa Boilold as an alias in the past. The subject revealed that in the late autumn of 164, the subject plotted to infiltrate the sweltering sand, one of my previous forts, to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of Ura Wheelsweltered. I don't know who Ura Wheelsweltered is, but we're learning things. Nothing. It's fine, Socks. And Microsoft's backing them. Oh, also that too. Yeah. Except this is 2 dudes. So looks like human criminal Deslud Trail Static of the Revealed Wildness corrupted an unidentified creature in order to have an agent in Hotbeards, one of my previous forts, and the subject met with an unidentified creature and made a a threat. An unidentified creature was too afraid to not comply, valuing the law. Despite valuing the law. In 175, they plotted to infiltrate the halls of defending, another one of my areas, in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of Urwa Wheelsweltered. It's nice to know that Urwa Wheelsweltered is like the person. So as of, because this is a lot of just dates and notes. Subject plotted to infiltrate the Scorching Lobster, and that's when I remember their name from. They corrupted Bembool Bridge Dangles in order to have an agent in Stonewater, and the subject met with Bembool Bridge Dangles and made a threat, and Bembool was too afraid to not comply, despite valuing the law. And the subject revealed that in the early spring of 263, Bembool plotted to steal Tarnish Parch under the influence of the subject. Which means now we know that Rushan is also involved with the theft of Tarnish Parch. And also, if Urwa ever shows up, gotta go after them. How much time do you get in prison now? Another 80 days in prison? Damn right. For theft and espionage. You're a programmer dealing in multi-threaded code and you have a firm grasp of the challenges involved. B, you don't have a lot of DF experience. And C, didn't research before asking. Sorry for stepping on toes. It's totally fine. Just like, I'm just trying to make it clear that if we sound like preppy and asinine, it's one of those, I don't have the verbiage to explain. And no, it's not something that's getting worked on. It's not something that will ever be worked on. At least in the current era of Dwarf Fortress. And the reason I'm so quick to be like, no, is because what happens is somebody reads that. Somebody reads somebody saying, I think this is being worked on. And that starts rumors. And, you know, there is 128 people watching. And there's definitely probably people that have me muted that are watching, that are looking at chat occasionally, that might see that and repost it. And I don't want that to happen. Like, this is a game that's sitting on 20 years of code. And honestly, at this point, best thing that could happen for Dwarf Fortress is that they do sell that 1 million copies that Tarn has mentioned in the past. And then they open source part of it. And then people could sit down and see what's actually possible. Also that, Gleno. It would be really cool if they open sourced part of the game. That's what I'm hoping for. Oh no! The ghost of Civ is tormenting, or battering actually? Batters Little Osan. Well, that's unfortunate. Did you just get like the shit kicked out of you? This is Little Osan's blood. 1 a.m. You good night. Sleep well. Well, apparently I got bloody dwarves everywhere. Turns out I actually got a lot of dwarves that need to be memorialized, apparently. Whoops. Unless you're trying to make multiple shirts or something. Oy. Without having to, like, you know, rewrite the entire game. Gleno. Also, there's Civ's ghost once again. I do kind of like that Civ's, crazy ghost has come back. I mean, it kind of sucks, but also, it's kind of funny that that dwarf's ghost came back. Took you a minute to get it. Your brain is still in programmer mode. You need to remember that while your brain might be in programmer mode, half of chat's brain is in shitpost mode. So, like, I don't blame you for being in programmer mode. It's a perfectly legitimate mode to be in. But in a world where half of chat's in shitpost mode, it means that it might be, like, inconvenient to actually get stuff done. What the fuck is Nartram up to? Remember the Bible on Steam? How could I forget? Did you 100% the Bible? Very important question. Oh. That explains it. I was like, why is none of my management stuff getting done? It's because my manager is still locked in the lever room. You'll be in shitpost mode in a couple hours. Yeah, that's fair. A name for an EA account in the past. You smashed your face for an EA account in the past. You smashed your face on the keyboard repeatedly and had a seizure while you were at it. So are you trying to say that you're having trouble recovering your EA Games account? Or did you just like do a recover username check and you just got like a wall of gibberish going like, the fuck happened? How many achievements it has? Not that many. It's like 73 or something, but they all look really easy to get. You have a good night, Audio. I hope you had good dinner. Have a good weekend. See you on Tuesday, unless I miraculously am allowed to stream Dwarf Fortress Premium before then. Which probably won't be, so I'll see you Tuesday. Which actually is kind of convenient, because I can help do stuff with Hot Potato all weekend. Oh shit, I've been streaming for 12 hours. Magical. I'm very amused by Northern Quarters' title right now. He's the person who I'm going to have to yell at and be like, oi, guy, get ready for Hot Potato in like 20 minutes. But he's streaming Mountain Blade Bannerlord right now. And his stream title is Mountain Potato. Mountain Potato. Oh no, you've got in. You just don't know what happened with the ID name. Fair enough. I've certainly got some strange usernames. Mount and potato. Like mount and symbol potato. So you literally just went like on your keyboard. Done. Oh, that's impressive. I don't know what I'm going to do on release day. I mean, honestly, probably on release day, I will sleep and then wake up about 2 hours before lunch. And I will turn on my stream. And I will, assuming I'm not allowed to stream it early, right? And I will sit here with this stream running in the background. Counting down. And then when it hits 0, I start playing. I can't load an existing one. Saves won't be compatible. So, wish I could, but can't. Oh, dressed wound. All right, you got beaten by a ghost. At least you were right next to a hospital. Oh, wow. Upper body, upper body, upper body. Liver. Hold on a second. Did this dwarf get attacked by a ghost and just went straight for the fucking liver? Wow. That's something. I don't know how you get to the liver from the upper body, but that's impressive. That is impressive. Oh, actually, Gristot's probably totally correct. Actually, this happened with my Riot Games account. Yeah, it was your username was probably released out into the masses, and your account was renamed. That happened to my Riot Games account. And also, similar thing happened to a Uplay account that I had, except it said, "Would you like to change your username? Because we released your username out into the wild." And then I selected the same username, and it was like, "Yes, you can still be Blind IRL." And I was like, cool. RuneScape does this too? Really? I guess R2D2666 has been taken again then, probably, which was one of my RuneScape accounts when I was like 12. Was an early Battlefield? I have a question. Why on earth are you logging into an EA Games account in 2022 then? Must be part cap. Oh, as in like the Yokai Kappa? Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I mean, yeah, I certainly wouldn't want to get hit with one of those. All right, we got, Boar Corpse coming in. Dwarves are actually getting back to their jobs, which is good. All right, Nortram. Currently, you have no job. Okay, no, never mind. You're storing an item in stockpile. Squadrons is free? Oh, yeah, true. and your I like airplanes brain is like must fly TIE fighter. I respect it. I respect it. I've heard good things about Squadrons. I mean, it's just like I recently had to figure out how to sign into my EA Games account because fucking Need for Speed Heat was $3. I was like, I could fuck around in a Need for Speed game for a day and a half. That sounds pretty great. I could do that. You did not give EA Games any money? I mean, I did. I gave them $3. Well, probably like closer to $2. You also did. I mean, like, I put like 8 hours into that game. Like, it's been fun. I'll probably keep plucking away at it over the next year or so. It's an all right, not terrible arcadey racing game. I'm spory for you. You also credit blame me. I mean, you did play some Need for Speed in early college. That was when Need for Speed was good. So I recommend you don't play anymore. Trust me, it hasn't gotten better. It's gotten worse in almost every aspect. Was Need for Speed World? That wasn't the MMO thing that they made, was it? Really would like you to go and do... Are you going to eat food? Motherfucker. I need this... You know, fuck it, actually. Dwarf. Okay, fine. See if I care, Dwarf. If you don't want to do your job, I'll do your job. Those people who have bought car packages because their driving was terrible. I mean, that's the best kind of multiplayer game is when you can just beat people with default gear because you're just better at video games. I guess it's time to put memorials in creative places. Pretty sure that one didn't have a memorial on it. And they get super salty and cry hacker. Yeah, that tends to be what they do. So we're going to put ballistas in 2 places. We're going to put ballistas right here. Basically right here, behind my camera. I'm going to put ballistas right there. And I'm going to be putting ballistas in maybe one other spot. But for right now, right here, I'm going to put a wall right there. Basically, all the way up to there. Two places. We've got audio is taken by a Fey mood. %, sure you played against bots in World though? Oh, well, I mean, Need for Speed World was such a popular game that I completely forgot that it existed until you mentioned it just now, so honestly, it wouldn't surprise me too much. All right, it's time for me to do roll call. Gotta go ping Northern Quarter. Chat, can you guys confirm something for me? That 2200 hours is 10 p.m.? Like 99% certain that that's right. Confirmed. Okay, thank you. You guys could also totally be just lying to me. $2,200 is indeed 10 p.m. Okay. This is a big dummy that's suddenly being forced to operate under a 24-hour clock. Not in my time zone. Grr. So I'm staring at UTC and doing math, and it's a 24-hour clock. And I'm like, All right. Audio has claimed a glass furnace. We're going to get another glass artifact. Look at that. Grabs raw green glass. Grabs more raw green glass. I keep on thinking that those raw green glasses are pond turtles because they're the same color and size and shape. Ghost has been laid to rest. I mean, at the very least, we're not dealing with Swatch internet time. I think that's what it was called. My dad had a Swatch internet time watch, briefly. Yeah, at least I'm not dealing with Swatch internet time. It's literally just an ambient sounds generator. Most times are given in UTC. Yeah, oh no, totally. That's what we're dealing with right now is UTC. That's why I don't run big events. I get Sui to do that shit. Swatch it, swatch these nuts. But yeah, at least we're not dealing with swatch internet time. For reference, swatch internet time. Swatch internet time, or beat time, is a decimal time concept introduced in 1998 by Swatch Corporation as part of their marketing campaign for their line of beat watches. Instead of hours and minutes, and the mean solar day is divided into 1,000 parts called beats. Each beat is equal to 1 decimal minute. There are no time zones in Swatch Internet Time. Instead, a new time scale of Bale Mean Time, BMT, is used based on Swatch's headquarters in Bale, Switzerland, which I'm probably butchering the name of. Central European Time, West Africa, and UTC +1, unlike Civil Time in Switzerland and many other countries, Swatch Internet Time does not observe Daylight Savings Time. This seems horrible? Yes. It was. It's also a good Wikipedia page, which is worth looking at. It is, in fact, horrible, and nobody used it. Nobody liked it. Anyway, go look at that Wikipedia page. It's a pretty good Wikipedia page. It was last fucking not too long. It didn't last very long, and they got rid of it pretty quick. So, yeah, you know, if you want to just, like, make your brain hurt, just remember, some idiot in 1998 thought that was a good idea. That's why you don't trust the Swiss. They do make good knives, though. Let's challenge everything you know about telling time. How about we just keep telling time? Isn't like it important for everybody to just kind of know how time works? Gee, kind of wonder why they dropped. Yeah, I know, right? What's up, Man in Red? Wasn't this also used for a Sega partnership? I think you're correct. Hold on a second. Sega. Oh, beat time. Yep. Yeah, no, PSO World. Beat time is 1 minute and 26.4 seconds. Internet time is based on a new median as opposed to the Green Watch median. Yeah, no, Phantasy Star Online. Use beat time. Well then. People get mad at Dwarf Fortress for not having a multi-threading. At least it doesn't use beat time. I hate the fact that you just reminded me of it. I've never even played Phantasy Star. So. And then everyone swatched. If everyone had swatched over, it would have been for the best. I mean, the only good part about that entire concept of Swatch Internet Time is that we wouldn't have had to deal with daylight savings anymore. Like that would have maybe been like the only good out. It's our first artifact using adamantine. Holy shit.
You suck.
Adamantine wafers, Impala lever, adamantine wafers, phthalite blocks, alpaca wool cloth, diorite, wild boar leather, 2 pieces of raw green glass, artifact glass furnace. Make us something badass, dudes. I love that we managed to just make a ballista parts out of wagon wood. Also, I think I... Right, yeah, you can construct those after they're placed. Then after that, we are going to... call it an ammo stockpile, but I'm pretty sure that's not siege ammo. Yeah, I know, I need siege ammo. List of parts, catapult parts. Ballista arrowheads. Millstones, armor stands, weapon racks, anvils, siege ammo. Bring 3 wheelbarrows. And then you're right there. It can't be a hammer or a sock, because hammers and socks can't be made in a glass forge. It could be a disc or something like not super useful, but it'll be valuable and memorable regardless, which is most of the importance of artifacts in my opinion. So the goal of this is I'm going to fortify a hole here, and hopefully I can find a dwarf that's brave enough to go down here, pick up a ballista arrow, walk over here, actually, no, let's move it 1 tile back. Load it into the ballista. And then fire it straight through here into here, and hopefully we can start shaving away at the... That's great. We might as well use the wagon wood one. And start shaving away at these demons. Which I've done before, and it's worked before, so... See? There's also the part where I'm pretty sure it's just open space beneath them. Okay, so yeah, that's open space there. So hopefully it'll land here, too. And fall... Whoop, what's up? Fall down through here. Down to right there. Those aren't fortifications. These are fortifications. So I will fortify this. And this, hopefully at exact... I'm going to try and fortify all 3 of these at the same time. Read Question the Human. Yes! Yes, you should. It's a 38-page essay entitled Question the Human, authored by Connie. It concerns the authoring of The Birth of Amethyst by the human Connie. So it's a book about a book that they wrote. So they wrote a book about questioning themselves, I guess. Written in 68. Writing could only be produced by a merciful spirit. Can't demons squeeze through? No. I mean, okay, so water is supposed to be able to throw through a fortification. Because, you know, fortifications are... where's the image that? Or? Like, they're literal holes in a wall, right? Like, this is kind of an example of fortifications that we're talking about here. You know? It's literally something that you can dump shit through and shoot through and whatnot, right? So, of course, you can see through fortifications. And, of course, water can flow through fortifications. Creatures can dodge through fortifications. And if a demon or two dodge through, that's fine. Also, I gotta say, Fangamer is gonna sell a lot of Dwarf Fortress beer mugs. Gotta be honest. So yeah, no, not something we need to be worried about. All right, come on, dwarves. Beer what's? Oh, beer mugs. 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 Bot heard you say beer. Yeah, we're fan gamers making Dwarf Fortress beer mugs. I want the shirt. I'm probably going to buy everything but the pin, just because I don't use pins. So I'll probably buy the beer mug and the shirt. Because I'm not really expecting a fan gamer to be like, man, you're a cool influencer person who probably just sold a lot of our merch because you just straight up shouted it out in a video. Here, have free Dwarf Fortress stuff. So I'm not expecting that. So instead, I will simply say, yeah, I'll probably just buy all of it. No, just beer glass, pint glass. If it was, I'm so, actually, true story, stupidly jealous of Bel and Air's proper Age of Empires 4 branded gold beer stein. So jealous of that stupid thing. Where is it? This thing. Beer glass. They will likely, they will give me a 10% off coupon. I'd be shocked if they did that. Like, I'm expecting to buy this beer glass, and I'm expecting to buy this shirt, and I'm expecting the shirt to be 35 Canadian dollars, probably more, and I'm expecting the beer glass to be, like, easily 25. Not counting shipping. Oh, shit! Speaking of shipping. Cyclops. Well, poor guy. I'm gonna beat his ass. The Cyclops, Nigumost, Lesmanastical Nigob has come. A giant humanoid with a single eye set in its forehead. Oops, wrong button. We're gonna go pick his ass. Do you have any? Okay, no, you're naked. Also, just for reference, when I refer to myself as an influencer, I very much hate that term and do it kind of ironically. I generally like to think of myself as more in the just kind of creative person on the internet making entertainment for people, and sometimes I try to be a journalist. But, you know, unfortunately, we all get stuck in the same mold because we're all operating on the same medium. I just don't really like being lumped into the same pot of people as, like, you know, people on Instagram trying to sell you pants. Or overpriced, crappy makeup. Yeah, Cyclops is attacking. But Cyclopses are also not super strong. And I have the best weapons in the game, so he's going to turn into some red mist when we hit him. What, with merch? No shit. You want to know why I never do merch? Is because you want to know how to make almost no money? Sell merch. Am I selling pints? What, like pint glasses? No. Like, literally, I don't worry about merch because I make more money selling sound commands on the internet. So I've spent more money on art for merch than I've ever made from merch. I think in my entire career, and I've had multiple merch shops on multiple places with multiple runs of shirts, I've made less than $150 on merch in my entire career. That's 9 years. The only way to actually make money off of merch is by working with a private merchandising company that give you a better cut, but that's like the difference between making $2 a shirt to making like $12 a shirt. And that's not like how I'd like to make money. I feel like I'm ripping you guys off, and I feel like I'm ripping myself off, and most of those merch companies are just fast fashion crap that don't make good quality shit, and the ones that do make good quality shit are ridiculously expensive and you make no money. So it's like, I feel like I rip you guys off because I sell you guys crap, and I feel like I'm ripping myself off because I'm putting effort into merch. And it's like, I really would just rather not do merch. Is like genuinely the reason I don't do merch. Audio. The Exalted Treasure has created Tashementinal Mercethasium, a green glass galfor, which is a musical instrument, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Onal Saved Wire. Okay, so that's badass, first and foremost. An adamantine green glass instrument. It's worth, how many zeros is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 745,200 Zathal. It's called Pulled Plays the Lucky Carnage. So a galthor is a mid-sized stationary percussion instrument, and it consists of an hourglass, a ceramic drum, and a leather head, which rests in a stone stand on a stone stand. And the musician strikes the head of the instrument, and it has 1 octave range going from medium to high pitch, and from a medium high to a high pitch. Sorry. Tuning is accomplished by adjusting the tension of the head. Don't make a dick joke. The instrument has a reedy, rugged, muddy timbre. This is a green glass galthor. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with adamantine and encircled with bands of wild boar leather and round phalite cabochons, and adamantine and impala leather. This object menaces with spikes of diorite, alpaca wool, and on the item is an image of Tangled Warning, the Arena of Glee, a raw adamantine figurine of Reg trumpet drill in green glass. On the item is an image of Zaglar, Sonic RS, Shot Voice, the dwarf, and Usim Pulled Roasted, the human in green glass. Usim Pulled Roasted is striking down Zaglar Sanic RS Shot Voice. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Sanic, and the artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Sanic by the human Usim in the bronze flail in the Mirthful Towers in the early winter of 265 during Cow Clokush, the disemboweled assaults. It's a big glass drum. Yeah, that's kind of rad. So I wonder, can audio play it? No. He has no idea how to play it. I was like, oh, maybe he knows how to play it. Nope. Not even a percussionist. It's going to go at the end of the table. Apparently, I've got a lot of art instruments I need to place. Dabbling percussionist. Well, most dwarves are a dabbling percussionist. All right, where did that uninvited guest of ours go? Uh-oh. Dwarf in bad place. Dwarf running. Dwarf dropped clothing and running. Run away, dwarf! You might want to run faster there, bud. Come on. Keep going. You got this. I have faith. Keep running. Where are you? Like hot. Run. Run like hot. Run like hell. He had the skill for percussion, but had no skill in the actual instrument. Okay, there's the squats. Why'd you turn around? You moron! Okay, it's fine. Wow, that was quick. The spear dwarf stabs the Cyclops in the right leg with the adamantine spear, chipping the bone and chipping the right hip's bone. A ligament has been torn. The spear dwarf stabs the Cyclops in the head with his adamantine spear, tearing the muscle, chipping the skull, and tearing the brain. The adamantine spear is firmly lodged in the wound. So literally just like stabbed him in the leg, stabbed him in the head. Efficient. I like it. Yeah, it practices his percussion skills on stabbing Gobbo in head. So, now we poke around and see who's constructing buildings. Don't know where you're headed. Yeah, Fangamer makes good stuff. Fangamer actually has made records that I own. Fangamer's made records, t-shirts, and like I have some merch from Fangamer, but like honestly, when it comes to merch, from my experience with merch, you don't make money off of merch. Merch companies make money off of merch. You make money, or you make goodwill off of merch, is literally it. But that's just from my experience as somebody who's worked with multiple merch companies over the years. I worked with Design by Humans, Spreadshirt. I worked with Spring. Fuck Spring. They're such an annoying goddamn company. Spring really wants me to make NFTs out of all of my t-shirts. And honestly, that's all I have to say to that. They're like, hey, do you know that digital products are all the rage? Hey, do you know that if you send me another email, I'll delete my account? Anyway. I should probably delete that account. I do actually have a store on Spring. You could theoretically buy shit from me on Spring, but... And then sent you spam anyway? Yep. I have them blocked. They figured out how to send me another email. I will not only block them, but I will delete my account, like I said. Also, investments are open again, chat. Just heads up. Also, I know we're kind of going late tonight. I mean, we've been live for 12 and a half hours. Okay, so clearly they don't like standing next to those... What does these have? Crimson Fidgets. Poisonous Vapors. Oh, boy. Hang in there, Dwarfy. All right, well, note to self. Remove those two walls. That's fine. Actually, I need this to be done so I can see where the end point is. Okay, so are you just like actively in combat? Apparently. Come on, Aqua. Get out of there. The kind of annoying thing is the direction that they keep walking. It's like I don't actually want them going that way. Let's just place those there. Don't want them walking that way around. Then I can rebuild this wall probably. As long as I don't make it out of whatever I was making it out of before. Let's also go down to gem window job was. Wonder why that job was inactive. Struck ballista parts. Assemble Bloodthorn Ballista Arrow. Just need them to get down here and assemble this instead. Also, I misclicked that, which makes me feel kind of dumb, but I digress. I do also have another option, sort of. Just literally cave in a piece of... I could very easily just, like, piston these guys. Just plug that hole, but... Also not the wisest. Is it December 6th? Not for 11 days, 8 hours, 17 minutes, 50 seconds. And as far as I know, this timer is counting down to the minute that Dwarf Fortress releases. Wake me up when November ends. Someone needs to make a parody version of that song. Come on, you guys got 20 minutes. Get her done. Hey, 13,200 subs. Fuck yeah. On the YouTubes. Don't worry, you won't go to court. They're not, like, taxable income, so you're fine. You're fine, I'm telling you. Don't ask me how that ballista arrow fit in that wheelbarrow, by the way. I do not know. None of us do. I also don't know if my dwarves are actually going to be brave enough to be able to fire these. We'll find out. You really have no luck with tickets? I mean, Merc seems to. Keep all-inning and then event, like, in before Merc just becomes like a tickets millionaire, just in all-inning repeatedly. Just forever. You know what's fun, chat? I record a podcast in 12 hours. Cool. Also, I hope everybody in the US of A in my chat is having a solid Thanksgiving. What, less hours or less tickets? Socks. What, 7,804? It's a pretty hefty number. Probably in the top 50. The pie your brother baked was a real delight. Hell yeah. Right, let's get that sealed. Okay, let's get 2 Bloodthorn logs right there. Just because they're close by. Pecan pie. Ooh. All of these posted pictures about pies and things makes me real tempted to swing by the nice little English bakery. That's close-ish to here because I have to go to FedEx tomorrow to pick up a package. So I will be going to the little English bakery, I think, and getting myself a pumpkin pie. Because I can't be asked to make my own pumpkin pies. But you got freaking sick right before Turkey Day? Well, well, that sucks that you got the flu. Hopefully it doesn't last too long. You're about to, it's got nothing to do with being pukey because you had the flu, but like in a few minutes, in a few moments here, you get to witness us shooting ballista arrows at demons. That's gonna be fun, right? Really hope this works. You recovered for Turkey? Oh, that's good. I feel like everybody's getting the flu because... Whoa! It's... Thank you very much for the first notification of money in 2 hours. On the $3. Had to empty the account. I mean, you don't have to. You can always save them for later, but... Appreciate it. Means a lot. We're 300 left. Well, appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Like, this is the way of streaming, you know? 6 hours ago, you chucked 100 bits at me. No notifications of money until 2 hours ago where I got $1, or 3 hours ago where I got $1 from Pilot Guy, and then 2 hours ago I got $2 from Last Grew. Now $3 from you. Appreciate you. The life of streaming. Some days you make all of the money, and then some days it's like 9 hours. It's actually like I've been doing a lot of soul searching recently because I'm probably gonna turn automated ads on my stream for December. Twitch offered me a pathetically low bounty for them, but if there's ever gonna be a month I'm gonna do it. God damn it! Why do these brutes keep having triplets? If there's ever gonna be a month I'm gonna do it. Might as well be the month where I'm like probably gonna make the most profits I'm gonna make. You can finally learn what this does. What's what do? Because of the release? Yep. And Twitch ad revenue is actually pretty fucking good. They can carry ballista arrows diagonally, right? I'm like 99% certain that they can. Yeah, also Brave seems to block them, so if you don't like them, there's certain web browsers and certain ad blockers that you can use to block them. But this is a ballista. It does what a ballista do. See these? These are ballista arrows. And this dwarf down here is bringing ballista arrows down. Does Twitch pick up on blocked ads? I don't know. They haven't picked up on me yet. So, I mean, maybe. Not that I'm aware of, though. They certainly don't officially support my web browser. I could say that much. But, like, I don't think they're going to go after me for using a web browser. Double check that changeover is happening. Looks like it. Oh, you meant the revenue? Oh, you like... Oh, like, do I get paid for block ads? I have no fucking idea. I also don't really care. Like, in my opinion, if someone wants to go through the effort to block ads on Twitch, which is not an easy site to block ads on, fucking more power to you. Have fun. I do not care. This is like the most fucky little thing I've built in Dwarf in a while. I'm just trying to make sure that they do not see the demons. Under any circumstances. You would not if it makes you money? Well, I'd prefer you get to see the whole show. If I have a say. Although, for whatever it's worth, I already do make money off of ads on Twitch. It's just not huge amounts. Alright, so... time to carve fortifications. Once the fortifications are carved, then there's basically just going to be a hole going through this wall all the way to that side. And if this side doesn't work, we can try the other side too. And the top side. So I have like 3 more attempts to try and just come up with a system here that works. She isn't going for it? I mean, if she doesn't want Prime, try and go for a year's subscription to Twitch Turbo. Because then you can just say it's for this, it makes the viewing process of watching this site better. But, I mean, if you get Prime, you also get Prime Video, which is honestly the best part of Prime these days. Prime Video isn't great, but it's got a lot of stuff on it. It's kind of like a shittier Netflix, which makes it sound really bad, but when combined with all the other shit you get for it, it's, there's worse deals in the world. But yeah, Prime kind of blows. It used to be like ludicrously good. Like, does anybody here remember when Prime was like unapologetically like the best deal on earth? Is the new discount VHS? Yeah, it's kind of like the shitty knockoff Blockbuster, you know? It's the shitty knockoff Blockbuster of like content streaming services. Twitch tracks your ad views, yes. Because it's regional. Twitch knows where you live, which is why I can actually get like really detailed stats based on where my audience is from. I know what countries you guys are in, and I know more than that in some instances, but not specific usernames or anything, though. Just average stats, popular cities, stuff like that. All right, let's see if this dwarf has a panic attack in a second. Because if he doesn't, we're successful. It is still a great deal, but it used to be a better deal. I mean, even with the raised price, like, it used to be a better deal. It used to give you access to their better customer service back when Amazon was, like, the best customer service on earth. Now they're just a huge corporation, and customer service and huge corporations don't really compute. All right, there, Dwarf. You, the Holy Pearl, Rimtar Double Whip. That's a good name. Why? Okay. Fire. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. So apparently these get caught in fortifications now. That's probably something I should have known. All right, Dwarf, you get to deconstruct half these fortifications. That or it hit the wall. One of the two. Also, it doesn't seem like he can see that, so that's actually pretty good. Corporations can't have customer service. You know, let's just try firing it again. I'm assuming it just hit the wall. Actually, you know what? Let's just forbid this. Which means you should just go grab another one and fire another one. Brute of Steam. Also known as Gabe. Dwarf, are you stuck or something? Go grab Ballista Arrow and do thing. You big silly. Starting to think this dwarf's stuck. Although, fortunately, Dwarf is not overcome by terror, so I guess that's a benefit. Customer service jobs are expensive. Well. Crossover going well. Porter's got the potato. Got all the overlays set up. Oh. Damn right. Love to see it. You've been playing so much other stuff, you keep pressing the wrong keys. Yeah, I know that feeling. All right, let's actually remove this. Can you not go through this door or something? Like, are you actually stuck there, Dwarf? Hold on. Let's just try removing these. Can you leave? Oh, you can. Now you load the okay. Fucking whatever. These dwarves do have to learn some ballista skills, and they go from left to right if they don't have good skills. So this is kind of a trial by fire, if you will. Okay, and then fire whenever you're ready. Come on. I know you can fire it through this, like, pinhole. They also load them faster when their skills get better, as far as I know. Like in CDD, X looks around, but in DF it's K. Why don't you just, like, rebind your keys to the DF keys, and then you don't need to relearn? There's also the part where, like, in a week, it's lit. Now you're gonna go drink. You know, honestly, I would too, Dwarf. Honestly, I would too. Seems like nobody here has siege operating, which is very likely because it's not a very common dwarf job, at least in my fort currently. Also, I was literally just tabbing over to set it to Northern Quarter on... We've got set up for target. What have we got set up for targets? Demons, ideally. All right. Let's see if this one hits it. I probably should set up target practice, actually. I'm just embarked on no trees land? I mean, did you settle somewhere with sparse trees? Because, like, that sounds like it would be a no trees land. I mean, there will be trees underground. Just dig down to the caverns. Yeah, exactly, sitting beanbag. To the caverns. Come on, Dwarf. Oh, yeah. Hey! That's what I'm talking about. Right in the third leg, chipping the chitin and bruising the muscle. A ligament has been torn. Clear Devil jumps away. The flying from the flying iron ballista arrow. Demon of Embers jumps away from the Flying Iron Ballista Arrow. The Flying Iron Ballista Arrow strikes the Demon of Embers in the shell, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Look at that. And then it falls down there. Look at that. Look at that. Hey, you can get better. Let's just set it to fire at will and just fire whenever they get the opportunity. And we get more. Loading another one. And then fire, ideally. But yeah, that's what this is for. Is to start slowly shaving away at these demons. And hopefully they don't dodge through the walls, because that would be awkward. Which, you know, they shouldn't, because they are, like, double thick, but we'll also slowly start getting some siege operators, which will be good. The thing is, I probably should make, like, a way down there that's a bit more direct. And less indirect. I'm guessing demons are really bad news? No, but these stupid amethyst brutes keep breeding. And so the result is I have a lot of them on the map. And they're all right there. And I wish they would die. But, no, they're not that bad. They're just... There's just kind of a lot of them right now. Actually, I'm curious about something. Can I fortify these? Okay, I can. Interesting. Pour lava on them? They're immune to fire and don't burn. They could go for a swim in the lava. Could drop boulders on them or something. That would require releasing them. So no. Yeah, I don't know. I'll think on it, but probably just continue throw holy water. I don't know how you intend on putting holes in water, but honestly, the fact that there's like 128 entities in the basement multiplying is gonna start hurting the frame rate after a while. Like, it's not the demons themselves that are hurting the frame rate, it's the fact that they're constantly having kids. By punching it? Got it. Next, you're going to tell me to then flash freeze it after punching it. See if I can reclaim some frame rate by slaughtering 100 cats. Holy hand grenade. Wrong video game. This isn't Worms. I realize worms also burrow and dig similar to dwarves, but not worms. Encourage animals to breed. It's been years. 2 cows that have no babies. Yep, checked. They are penned together. This is a dumb mechanic that I'm not sure if it's a bug or not, but there's a chance that the male cow is just sterile on birth. Which is why whenever you want a breeding pair, you always want to have 2 males and 2 females, because the males might just be sterile on birth, i.e. male might just be not interested, i.e. male cow gay. Kids, not only that, but they keep having fucking triplets. Like, look at this. Amethyst Brute gave birth to a boy. Amethyst Brute had triplets. Amethyst Boy gave birth to a girl. Like, Are there mechanics? That would explain it. There's no way to check that in game. Not without DF. A therapist might surface it, but not without DF hack. We also must rest. So must I. I've been streaming for 13 hours. Kind of wanted to make up for shortish stream yesterday. I say that I streamed for 11 hours yesterday. But yeah, we've made a lot of good progress. We've started chipping away at that demon horde, which we will have to fight next week. I've got two criminal zombies chained up in my fort, which is a good feeling. One's got 36 days left. The other one's got 202 days left. I'm probably just going to execute them when they get out. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's something that I just need to do some soul searching on. It's not a matter of figuring out. I could just turn it on. It's just I hate advertising, and I hate peddling ads to people unless I absolutely need to. And on platforms like YouTube, where that's the only way to actually make revenue off of the platform. So I don't know. We'll see. But I think it's time to save. And before you guys all run off, we're gonna raid somebody. So while this saves, before you guys all run off, what I'm going to say is thank you everybody for hanging out today. It really does mean a lot, especially those of you that